Test. Test. Hello? Are we live? I had to update my OBS. So I'm not even sure if this is working. How you guys doing? Okay, I see people. Giannis, Winter, what's up, guys? I see myself. We should be good. All right, let me put the fan on. Because it's a hot one, boys. It's a hot one. Music on 2. You'll get started. Should we play some Half-Blood? Or... I don't want a copyright strike. We'll do the twinkles. Hello. What's up, buddy? What's going on, brother? Yo, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. A good man, you? I'm doing fantastic, brother. Does anyone remember how many 8510s I had in the video this morning? I'm enjoying no online until next game. 8510s low-key juice today? Ooh, are they? I had 300... I think I had a little more than 397. I think I had... Here, hold on. Let me, make an SBC real quick to make sure we're not SBC banned. What are we on? PS5? Ooh, okay, we're good for now. We were at 524. Okay, so I was at 524. Gotcha. Boys, we had a situation happen. The method's too good. The method is too good, boys. The craziest part is, I genuinely do not know how to get this number down. We're gonna hit, I think we're gonna hit it tomorrow. I was planning on hitting 1K by Friday. I think we can hit it by tomorrow because I have, what, 25 Team of the Week packs right there. In theory, we want another 300 Team of the Weeks. We're obviously going to get footies cards. We're obviously going to get other stuff. That's not the only thing. But in theory, if I get another 300 of those made, how many Team of the Weeks do we have? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. So in reality, I probably only have to make another 200 Team of the Week upgrades. How is this possible? Because our new method needs to be studied, man. I don't get how this works. We essentially just, if you guys missed the video today, I'll explain it quick. We essentially are making it even easier of a grind. We're just spam opening 8510s, building out exchanges, and then building off exchanges, we're making the, instead of the player pick, because it's only 4 and gets us SBC banned rather quickly, we're doing 85 doubles mixed with the crafting upgrade with gold commons. I was saying up to a certain rating, I'm just sending all gold commons now. And then I have literally at any point in time, like 50 to 100 crafting upgrades and 8510s that we strategically open together to make it so that we get the perfect combination for either Team of the Week upgrades or 8510s to then build out in bulk. So, like, it's relatively easy. And we just do it over and over. It's got your first 99 today. It would be ironic that on my last FC26 stream, I would open 150 8510s and get no 99s. I thought you quit altogether, brother. You're already back? Interesting, interesting. Pedro, what's up, buddy? How you doing? I'm doing fantastic, brother. All right, so the thing I'm going to do today, boys, we are going to try to clear this dupe storage real quick. I'm just going to chuck in random stuff. How much will this method still? How much will this method still? Could you reword that, buddy? Alright, so what I'm going to do now, I feel like I did a relatively good job of clearing our club. We're going to spam open 8510s. And then from these, we're going to build out exchanges. And then off of stream, I'll continue to do a lot of kind of the little less sexy things. Your first 99 say out of an 8510? W. I'm doing fantastic, brother. No, today's my stream. I was on cloud gaming to play. I already had it uninstalled. I sent it into an SBC. What do you think is better, 85-2 or the 1 of 5 84 plus? I get a crap ton of team of the season FOFs and footies personally in the player pick, but I'm in love with the 85 double method mixed with the crafting upgrade and just spamming packs because you can save them out, and I think that's clear of anything. And then I followed your tips in your last video and can't quite understand it. I run out of players very fast. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Sorry, English is not my first language. No, you're good, bud. You're talking about the newest one today? What specifically about it are you struggling with? Okay. So you're opening it. You're opening your 8510s. You're making exchanges. You're making crafting upgrades. You're making 85 doubles. What are you running out of? Mumbo Joe, a new 10 times 87 plus upgrade unlimited method. Footies grinding. Do you see there's some new GTA? I haven't seen any of the GTA leaks. I'm gonna keep it a buck, boys. Unpopular opinion. I could care less about GTA 6 compared to how hype the grounds is going to be. Did you know we can customize our grounds player's outfit? How cold is that, boys? Do whatever you want in GTA 6. I'm going to be running for 15 minutes in between locations on the grounds. That's going to be all the fun there. Oh, we got Ibra! Gold! I mean, like, when will this method end? So, this method will work until all the SBCs that are going to not be around after this week potentially go away. Ooh, that's a crap ton of special cards. So, as long as the 80 plus times 5 is here, as long as the provision, repeatable exchange is here, as long as the 85-2 is here, this exact method will work. But doesn't mean it's going to be the only method. Like always, it changes. So if we get, let's say, the same exact provision requirements, but instead of having to cap at 88, we could get anything higher rated, the grind would be basically very similar, but we'd care about making exchanges more than ever because, in theory, you could just endlessly open exchanges and get cards in there to make another exchange. But have you guys seen any leaks or anything in regards to exchanges? I haven't seen anything about something replacing this. I'm assuming they're just going to call it like the preseason exchange and keep it the same exact thing. How many 85-2s and 80 times 5s you going to make? I have the ability. Let's do just quick math right now. I could probably, without recycling, just simply straight up make from the packs I have. Let's see. I could make probably at least one exchange for each of the 8510s. So I could open at least 785 10s. I could then make over 700 exchanges, bare minimum. I could then craft, bare minimum, probably well over 1,500 85 doubles. And then what? Basically 780 plus times 5s. Are you doing collection book? I'm trying to collect the 99s. That's all I really care about, personally. Who we got? Who is it? Is it 99? Chuki. Just like Peaky Blinders in the grounds in the beta, it was awesome. I do the 8510 after the exchanges and all that. I run out of golds to do the 8510. So how many 8510s did you have built out when you were doing it? Doesn't sound like you had many to begin with, right? Sunder in her cheeks, bro. Sorry I had to say it. I mean, you can say whatever you want, brother. You can be incorrect. That's fine. You had like 10? Can I ask why you only had 10? Why is that number not higher? It sounds like you're not able to do this grind because you don't have a lot of packs to begin with. Why aren't you building up packs right now? Let's figure out what's stopping you. Other footies, come on. You only got 99 Mercola and Iniesta? Is it? Wait. Isn't KDB a 99 in packs right now, or am I tripping? Who did Giannis pack? He is? Brother, that's such a troll, then. Nah, Footies KDB. And then that pops out. You gotta be kidding. Good thing I like half reacted, brother. I would have went crazy if I saw that completely. That's tough, bro. Got dupe R. You got a dupe R9? That's crazy, man. Yesterday I tried the Gut Gine for the first time. Max rating for cards 86 and the specials up to 99. Made a lot in no time. Yeah, it's super quick. Which 3 teams do you hate the most from the Prem? I don't hate any teams. Hate is a strong word. Have 60, 85, 10s, and 100 provisions. What is the best method for you? I would do the step-by-step from the video today, Casper, which is going to be doing a circle and cycle of 85 10s, 85 2s, 80 plus times 5s, and Team of the Week upgrades and or 3 times 87 90s. And it just endlessly cycles. Should I put my common rares into the Team of the Week or just spam them? So a majority of your commons, if you guys are spamming crafting up, if you guys are spamming exchanges at some point, it won't physically be possible to put all your commons into things that are rating based. If you do it in big enough bulk, at some point you're gonna have to do probably the crafting upgrade, aka the 80 plus times 5. Which is not a bad thing. It can actually be a really good tool to build up packs and then use them for specifically what you're looking for. Like the example we gave in the video today is if I were gonna make, let's say, a bunch of Team of the Week upgrades, if I'm getting rid of all my gold commons and I need an 84 rated, realistically, a lot of those gold commons aren't gonna fit. Maybe you can get away with putting some 80 rateds in if you're putting some walkouts, But realistically, trading those gold commons that you get endlessly for 5 cards that are 80 plus, and then you're going to get a lot of footies, team of the seasons, FOF cards in there too. That's just going to be bonus 85-10 packs. How many 99s you got from the 85-10? I've gotten 0 from the 85-10s yet, but I've also only opened like probably 150 to 200. Once we hit 1,000, we're really going to start spamming them. England fans would call you a Yank on Twitter? What do you mean on Twitter, brother? They call me a Yank in here. Started FC last week, by the way. Not a lot of players or packs. That's fine, buddy. If you guys need help with kind of how I would start the grind, the video today is not a starting the grind tutorial. Today's video is more of you're already doing the unlimited 85-10. So if you missed the how to make unlimited 85-10 packs video, I'd highly recommend watching that one first for the context of the video today. Because it's with the understanding that you have no issue making the 85-10s already. This is now the best cycle to do. Does that make sense? Alright, let's do... Yeah, we got Marquinhos here. I think I forgot to put it on screen. 1 second. There we go. R99 counts on screen. Which cards do you want the most? All of them. I want all of... I want all of them. I want all the 99s. R9's probably up there would be my guess, but doesn't really matter too much to me. Oh. Dude, I am tripping today. You got 11 mil, just buy R9? We technically had 25 mil. And no, buying a player and packing them are two different things. It's not fun when you can just buy them, in my opinion. I was football juggling in football last night. Football, we won. We were down a person the whole time. It's a co-ed league, and you can have 2 women on the pitch at a time. And we only had 1 woman, so she played the whole game. And we had a shutout for a majority of the game. Kept a clean sheet up until like the final 10 minutes. Then they started coming back a little bit. Dude, I barely missed a volley. Oh, ball came to me at the top of the box. I chested it, past the defender, and then did a side volley. Missed by like this much. I was so pissed. Juggling went well, though. Dude, I didn't realize how many calories it burns just by juggling. I was in a all-out sweat, man. So I got tons of team weeks. I've been having to make a lot to get the 500 plus 85-10s. Yes, sir. The game's about to end, so what do you do with the coins? So if I had 25 mil... and now I have 11 mil. And we put all that into promo packs. I'll probably end up doing the same thing. Even more. Would be my guess. Is opening lots of packs with auto open and Foot Genie increase the odds? No, nothing increases the odds. Unless maybe spending FIFA points, that'd probably increase odds. We're gonna try to find the first video. Yep, if you look a few days ago when the 85-10 came out, we made one called How to Make Unlimited 85-10s. That'll be your tutorial video for 85-10s. If you got any questions on kind of how to start that after you see it, let me know, but it just walks you through step by step. Now I'm at 120 crafting upgrades, so I struggle to find the right time to open them. The way I do it is I try to get over 100 of each. And then by each, I mean the 85 twos and then the 80 plus times fives. I'll wait till my club is in a situation where it makes sense for something. So, for example, if I want to make more Team of the Week upgrades, I'm going to think to myself, okay, if I'm trying to make this stretch as far as possible without being super overkill, I probably want to use between 82 rated and 86 rated. If you want to move it to 87, 88, the higher you can. If you're not worrying about exchanges in that said moment, you can have it expand further, but you want at least a big batch in that group. So if you're opening a lot of 80 plus times fives, you're going to have endless 80s, 81s, 82s continuing to come in. If you don't mix that with like an 85 double, it's going to be too overkill for the lower rating, and you're not going to have enough of the higher rating. So then I spam some 85 doubles mixed in with that. It's essentially just taking a look at where your club currently sits and kind of assessing it as you go. Like an example I'll give right now is as I'm opening these 85 10s, I have to put the 85s and 86s somewhere. I can put all the 87s and above into the provisions and build out hundreds of those today, no problem. But I need to do something smart with the 85s and 86s. And if I'm just gonna make an overkill Team of the Week with too high of a rating, that's a waste in my opinion. If I'm gonna put it back in the 85-10 with the footies, that's a waste in my opinion. So for me, the way I would kind of go about that is I would open some repeatable footies to get a bunch of gold rares and gold commons that are lower rating to help bring that down a little bit. Does that make sense? How do you even get that many coins? We have done the Premium Mix League upgrade for extreme profit almost every single day for 6+ months. We make unlimited coins, unlimited packs, and unlimited fodder through League SBCs, and now it's through other stuff too. Be right back. Sounds good, man. When will you open the 80 plus times 5? Sorry for asking you. No, you're good. I personally don't have any right now because I opened all mine already. But what I will do, I'll kind of, here, I'll show you guys the visual real quick. We mentioned it in the video, but I'll kind of show you live what that looks like. So as I'm continuing to spam these, depending on how many you have, the more you have, the better, right? I could, in theory, if I was just not wanting to do anything but open 85 10s, it's not a waste for me to sit here and open 85 10s, because as I continue to open these, I have a chance at the 99s. I'm getting a bunch more footies cards to make a bunch of these right back. But every single time I get an 87 plus, I can continue building these out as long as I'm not SBC banned. And if I get too many 85s, I just mix them in with the lower end stuff to make either more Team of the Week upgrades to make more 85 10s, or to make whatever it is we want to make, right? So for me, when I would make the crafting upgrades, it would be once I start spamming the provisions. And then when it comes to opening those, when I choose to open the 80 plus times 5s, it would be usually to get a lot more of like 82 to 85 rated cards to help with the Team of the Week upgrade with the 85 doubles. So I kind of make those together and open them together. Gotcha. Yo, watched one of your videos this morning, and now I have over 60 85 10s. Hey, W-Man. Keep getting those numbers up, buddy. All right, we are gonna... So I don't want to risk a SBC ban too early, because I'm SBC banned on the web app and companion app right now. So we're just going to take it a little bit slower when it comes to deal with the dupe storage and stuff in the club, just for the sake of that. So we're still going to be relatively efficient, but we're just not going to like do it as quickly as possible. We're going to see if we can stretch this a little. And I still have the PS4 if I need to hop on the PS4, but I would prefer not to. Fact 99 Henri from the 94 plus Heroes and Icons pack today. Nice. I don't think I can make 20 packs at once. The fact bro has 700 is wild. I mean, I feel I feel like it's not as crazy as people are making it sound. It's a lot for sure, but you got to remember, we made like 300 Team of the Week upgrades the day the 8410 came out. You got to remember, this grind, you guys started this grind probably the second the 8510 came out. We've been grinding the menus every single day, even before footies. So when a lot of people either gave up on the game or waiting for unlimited exchanges, we were building stuff, recycling, building, recycling, nonstop. What you do with the 85s and 86s, make a crap ton of Team of the Week upgrades, and also 3 times 87 to 90s. Those are my 2 favorite. All right, we'll do 87 to 94s. How long did it take you to make 688? Not crazy long. We had hundreds after day 1. This morning we had, what did we have in the video again? 527, I think. Now we're on 700 plus. Now we're a little under. How do you get cards between 80 and 84? The provision exchanges and the crafting upgrades, aka the 80 plus times 5, are my main 2. Watch the video and you still know how to do the grind. If you watch the how to make unlimited 85 plus times 10s video, it just shows the basic steps where mathematically it's physically impossible for you to ever run out. If you're referring to the one today, it's what you do after that. So if you're just looking at the one today and you have 5 packs made and you're trying to cycle in the same way, the logic still works, but the more packs you have, the easier the whole recycle process is, because you're not recycling after just one single SBC. So how's the mood with Sunderland? Do you feel better or worse going into the season after the preseason you had? I mean, like, just preseason in general, I don't put too much stake in one way or another. I mean, if you want to put stake into it, Sunderland beat the team who just beat the champions of not only Europe, but France. So I think going into the season, if that's one of the positive results you had, that speaks highly. I think Sunderland's best bit of business this summer has been keeping every single player that's been in their starting lineup. Eliza Mayando was the one big sale we've had so far. Haven't lost Enzo Lefebvre, kept Granit Xhaka, kept all the stars. Little bit of a hiccup right now is happening with the left back we signed, or were signing. So essentially, long story short, Sunderland's medical team, this is pretty common with a lot of different clubs, but Sunderland specifically, when they sign players to 4 to 5 years deals, especially for a step up of the amount of money they want to spend, they do their due diligence to a level that's very high. And so he was already injured for a decent part of the season last year. So when he came in for his medical, he essentially had an injury he was either coming in with or was recovering from. And part of his injury was a back injury where there's additional scans that they want to do before they can confirm him as a signing. So they can't do those scans in England, and he's not a Sunderland player yet. So they just had to send him back to France to go through all the rest of the medical tests. So I'm hoping what happens with that is the deal still goes through, but potentially, because it may be a liability in terms of his ability to play, depending on what the injury may have. You also have it where the French club wants to do their due diligence. If Sunderland's saying, like, hey, our doctors are saying this, their doctors probably want to take a check to see, like, hey, are we on the same page? And then from there, you go. But Thomas Munier on a free, excellent piece of business. He's been phenomenal in preseason. Yeah, I'm excited going into week 1. Ipswich on the road is going to be a hard game. Fatawu is going to be an absolute baller. I'm excited to see him play. I'm hoping Jack Clark plays a bit too, former Sunderland player. But I think we have one of the better matchups week 1 where we should realistically get all 3 points. But it's never an easy place to play. Especially in the championship, it wasn't. I still have 3,500 FOF tokens. I'm spamming the 8110s. Heck yeah, dude. Mumbo, can I chat to Lena for a bit? Brother, do what you want to do, man. Packed my first 299 today. 99 Bale tradable out of the 525k store pack and the 99 Maradona of the 94 plus pack. I'm so happy. Sick. Jacque got 91 rated. I think he got confirmed today as an 85, right? That's some A-grade coping. How is that coping? Just kidding. I agree. Preseason is extremely irrelevant. Yeah, like I don't want to flex Sunderland beating the team that beat the champions of Europe because realistically, you could lose every single game. But if it's for trying different scenarios, getting the team to gel, and then you go into the actual season and do well, that's wonderful. Like results of preseason don't matter who you beat if you lose week 1 to a relegation side. These blocks make my ears bleed. What's the order of packs that you open? 85 10s, then make some exchanges off of those. And then off of opening the exchanges, I make crafting upgrades and 85 2s. With those two combined, I make Team of the Week upgrades, and I also recycle back into the 85 10s with the FUTTIES, Team of the Season, and FOF cards we get, and continue to build up the crafting upgrades and 85 2s as I keep opening exchanges. So the more 85 10s you have, the more exchanges you'll have, the more crafting upgrades you'll have, and the more 85 2s you have, the more Team of the Week upgrades you'll be able to make, and the more 85 10s you'll be able to make. And it all just endlessly cycles more and more and more. The more you have, the more you make, the harder it is going to be to not only run out, the number theoretically will continue to infinitely go up. It's got 99 Bale. W. Same thing happened with the Ederson deal for United, which eventually collapsed. Yeah, and I mean, when your club hasn't paid for a signing yet this summer, like I've talked about Sunderland being able to hold on to the players, that's great, but we still need a left center back cover as well. So having Vitali in that position would have been wonderful. I hope the deal still goes through, but now there's question marks on it. We still need a right winger. Katamo from Sporting's likely to happen, but still at this stage, he's playing for Sporting and he's doing well. So that's not official. Probably need a defensive mid cover for Granite so he doesn't have to play the whole season. And then realistically, probably a third option striker. So yeah, need some more signings still. How's your Monday off? I did not have Monday off. If you're saying Monday off of streaming, true. But we were grinding IRL drop-in matches. Do you open 85 10s all the way up, your storage is full, or do you leave some space to start recycling? It really depends. I try to clear my club as much as possible before I start opening them, but if you have a lot of 85 10s, no matter how clear your club is, it's going to very quickly fill up, and then we have to make packs with the other stuff. Ipswich are one to watch. They've adopted the forced Sunderland tactic of buying everyone and going mad for it. I extremely disagree with that, Dante. Their financial system is completely different than Sunderland's. You could make a case that it's emulating Nottingham Forest a little bit, their first season in the Prem, but Nottingham Forest wasn't even supposed to make the Prem. They won through playoffs in a similar fashion than Sunderland did when they weren't expecting to go up. So the amount of money they were paying players already, the salaries they had, the signings they were making was not a lot compared to the relegation promotion teams. So they had a lot more space to make those signings, and then staying up, they were able to build on it. Ipswich financially is spending a lot, but they do not have the sort of freedom that Sunderland and Nottingham had. So if it goes wrong, if they go back down, that could be extremely scary. And looking at their signings, they've spent a lot. There's some potential quality there. I'm not saying it's bad quality by any means. I think it'll give them at least a fighting chance to stay up. But they are spending a lot of money. Not as much quality as I'd reckon Sunderland's last summer. You can go place by place, position by position. How many 8510s you got at the moment? Just shy of 600. So you're going with the 85.2s instead of PPs just for ease of getting through fodder and being able to store packs for storage and putting more cards in than less to avoid SBC bans as quickly? Absolutely. And a new coach, they'll struggle. Oh yeah, I forgot their manager stepped away. But no, I think on paper, them and Coventry are still the stronger of the newly promoted. I think Hull's window hasn't been bad by any means. If you look at their complete lineup, if they're all healthy, I think they could get some results. I think they'll get some draws too. I don't know, man. I just look at that same as last year, that mid to below table could be literally anyone. Newcastle's still rebuilding. They sold like half their team. Crystal Palace is going to be hit or miss. What else do you have around in there? Fulham, I don't think is strengthened too much. They have the Real Madrid guys. We're going to see how they do. But realistically, like, they're going to be safe from relegation. I think we said the same about Spurs and West Ham last year, though. But, I mean, they ended up going down, so West Ham did. So I guess anything could happen, but... how do you have 687 of the repeatable footies pack? The video from today shows this step by step on how I've mainly been building towards this. Okay, we should probably go into Team of the Week upgrade time. All right, we got to take a look at what our dupe storage even is. I'm assuming it's all 85s and 86s. And some 83s and 81s as well. Okay, so actually, you know what? I did a poor job of clearing before the stream, so it shouldn't have even filled up that fast. So realistically, this is why you want to do things in chunks. You want to focus on one thing at a time, because that realistically should have not been there. So we're going to do low to high in the gold commons. Wait, why can't... Oh, I still have that high. Oops. We're going to do low to high in the gold commons just so we can clear the ones in our dupe storage. We don't care about the ones in the club right now. Just for the sake of speeding this up, I'm going to throw some gold rares in here. Normally, I would only put gold commons in this, but I want to clear this quickly, so we're going to chuck those in. Let's also do some 85 doubles. We'll do 85 doubles up to, what do you reckon, 82 rating? I mean, I guess we could leave them there right now with the 85s we have. They'd mix well together. Let's actually do that. We'll do Team of the Week upgrade. We'll do as high as... We'll do all. We want to use storage, but we don't care about just storage because right now it's mainly those 80s. 81s and then the 85s. We'll do all newest. We can do high to low. That really doesn't matter as much. We're going to do 86 to 80. Let's do that. And then if it's too low, we pull from the 85s and 86s that we have kind of left over chilling. Clear some of this too. We'll go from there. On Sunday, I packed my second 99 in Barcola on my main account. The only 99s I have are SBCs. Yeah, the pack weight isn't been great for 99s, or what we would hope it would be. But realistically, we have a crap ton of time for preseason. Which, by the way, has preseason been leaked in terms of what's going to be in there? I heard someone mention on one of my videos, I think we're getting Footies Team 1 and Team 2 in packs together. Like all those Footies cards, maybe more FOFs. You try to not look at the leaks? Also, too, if you're doing most recent, you can kind of manipulate it a little bit with what packs you open. So if you notice there, it was mainly 85s and 86s popping up in my most recent because we've been spamming those 8510s. So now if I open, let's say, a few repeatable Footies provisions, this is going to give us much more of a balance to help out with. Do not build team leaks because I never ran out of specials so far. My team is full of them, including loads of FOFs. Yeah, you got to remember too, guys, we're running experiments constantly. Just because you see me building out 1,000, or not 1,000, but hundreds of Team of the Week packs doesn't necessarily mean you need them. You got to understand what we're trying to do. We're trying to get to 1,000 plus, mainly saved up. So we've opened maybe 150 to 200 total 8510 so far. Once we start actually spamming these into each other, if it stays close to 1-to-1, that pack number is going to stay relatively the same. And we're going to have so many more of the other ones. We're going to start packing more 99s. We're going to get more Footies back. It's going to get crazier and crazier. Have I sold any coins? No. I opened over 15 mil worth of promo packs. A lot of people want Nuno out after the first game, which is basically a prime game. It's mad to me. I hate our fans. Sometimes I can't watch post-match fan interviews. Does my head in? Yeah. I mean, you got to realize, too, like, depending on the commentary you hear of different things, you got to understand, like, who's speaking and the perspective of it. Like, for example, like, as a Sunderland supporter, hearing every single person last year say Sunderland is going to get dead last and get the least amount of points in the history of the Prem because their squad in the championship compared to what Southampton had the other season. And that didn't account into any of the signings Sunderland made. That didn't account into the quality of player. That didn't account into the amount they could actually spend, the sales they made. None of that was taken in. It was just the lazy, like, oh, yeah, they won through playoffs. They're expected to be dead last. Okay. And then, like, it just shifted after that. It was, okay, well, they beat a West Ham. Okay, West Ham doesn't look that strong. Yeah, in context now, they're the one that went down. But at the time, it's like, oh, even a West Ham's not going to be a easy opponent. You can't think just because you're a home team, you can walk in and win that game. Dominated them. Okay, Sunderland had a good start of the season. They're in the Champions League spot right now. At one point, they were first in the league, but surely that's going to fall off eventually. Okay, they beat Chelsea on the road. Okay. They're getting points against big top teams. Okay. Okay, but then when they send half their team to AFCON, surely they're going to have a drop in performance. Oh, they're actually doing quite well during AFCON. Better than expected, and at some points even better than beforehand. Okay, well, they're coming back from AFCON. Surely, like, second half of the season, it's going to be different. Surely, like, other teams are going to strengthen. People are going to come back. Then Sunderland kind of did drop a little bit. They had times where they dropped some points that they really shouldn't have. But they were really never at risk of ever being relegated. But if you listen to everyone, it was going to happen any day of the week. What's up, buddy? This guy called Big Dave on channel I follow. He's negative every single week. I can't stand him. The people who are always negative are the worst ones, man. Like, I understand, like, if you support a club that's either in turmoil or there's, like, negative things happening, like, that's understandable to a certain extent to criticize it. But, like, there's a lot of Sunderland fan accounts that are having literal meltdowns because we haven't signed someone, like, paid for someone this summer. European ambitions, and they're not getting anyone through the door. We're getting relegated. Relax. Calm down. And, like, even Matali, if we don't end up landing him, it would have been the second biggest signing in our history, and he's most likely going to be the future left back of France. And not even future, he's potentially the left back of France at the end of the year, realistically. If we don't sign him, I just looked to last summer at things that happened that, if we would have had our way, would have never went in our favor. If you guys remember, Chelsea loaned out, I'm blanking on his name right now, Mark Guy to Sunderland. They loaned him out, and then Chelsea had, like, no strikers, and they needed him back. But I think they needed to work with Sunderland to get him back. Like, he couldn't just come straight back, or they didn't want that to happen. So Chelsea ended up paying Sunderland to get Mark back close to deadline day. And because that happened, Sunderland signed Brian Brobby for like 20 mil. So it's like, you look at Brian Brobby, how well he did that season, him bullying center backs, how well he did in the World Cup. We would have never had him as a player if Chelsea wasn't greedy and did everything they did with their players, had 5 different teams and loaned everyone out, and then chucked us Mark last minute, and then tried to take him back. Like, if you would have looked at Sunderland Twitter during that time, it was, we don't have a striker. We don't have a striker. How can we win if we don't have a striker? The club's not going to replace him. They're too lazy. I hope he gets a proper run, man. I just can't stand seeing players rot away at a club when they have a promising future potentially, but a few bad loan moves, a few bad just like keep you around in case everything goes to crap. Ugh. Just loaned out AWB to Aston Villa. We won 25 mil for him. We should be loaning out players. If they want it, they should sell them. Yeah, because they get their services for the year, and if they're not a young player, like he's not an extremely young player, why can't they afford to get him? They're going to use him for the season. They're going to find someone who's younger and less expensive, and they're going to replace him. And you're going to be left with an aging player worth less. Maja looks insane, man. He's going to be a baller. I'm curious how much time Villa gives him during the season versus Champions League. I could see him definitely being used in cups. It's not that they probably want to ease him into the Prem. It's they probably want to make sure he doesn't get injured or have too many expectations on him right off the rip. Because I think, like, that's the hardest thing about being a young player. Like, he's getting compared to, he's the Black Holland right now. And if he has a good start to the Prem, let's say the first game he bags 2 goals, next one he scores another one, he's just on absolute fire. Can you imagine what would happen if not only the whole world's paying attention to you, but like you're the hot player at your club, the next commodity, and then you have a bad run of form and everything goes to crap? Can a 16-year-old mentally handle those ups and downs? I think he's 17 now, actually, but same thing. Yeah, he's like 6'4". Dude's a baller. Even when he wins, he finds negatives. Ain't even there sometimes. Yeah, if you're a negative person, you'll find negatives in everything. If you're a positive person, you'll find positives in everything. That's a life lesson right there. Performs well, gets sold off. Gets sold, falls off. Dude, Duran, man. What a crazy career he's had. And he's still like 23. Dude, John Duran and Gio Reyna are the two players that you would assume are pushing 30 just with the careers they've had. But my goodness. I think bro is basically here for the spelling. I'm sure his name, but mine are him linked up well together at Leeds promotion. Yeah, he was a baller, man. Using FUTTIES to do 85s and T League upgrades, and it's been good. Got Kimmich 96 and Chari 98. Nice. I got her double dupe, the 98 Kirchawi. Him at Villa was crazy, and that was before Villa was consistently towards the top of the table too, right? That was like right into their rise. Which, like, Villa... Do we have any Villa fans in chat? Any Villa supporters? I have a question when it comes to player contracts. I think if Villa has another good season, they should officially be Big Six. I say yes and no, because although they've been doing phenomenal and they have built those solid teams. Did you see, by the way, they might land Suzuki, the Japanese goalkeeper, the Japanese American goalkeeper, because PSG had a fall through with his agent. The agent either wanted more money or something went wrong, so they voided the deal. And now Aston Villa's in for him. Could you imagine Aston Villa landing him? That'd be crazy, man. But no, my thing I was going to say about Aston Villa, what they potentially have to be careful with, is I'm pretty sure their wage bill is insanely high, which, don't get me wrong, for how well they're doing is not necessarily a negative with the talent they have. The issue becomes, if you miss out on Champions League football and your wages are high and your players, for the most part, a decent chunk of their squad is aging, what's the return value they can get? Some players potentially they got on freeze. Some you might be able to get off of high wages, letting them go on a free. But those financial stipulations, especially when you're playing in Europe and can only be, what, 70% of revenue? Versus if you're not Europe, I think it's closer to, what, 90% revenue in the Prem? There potentially be some pros and cons with that, but, like, very scary if they start getting some young players that want to match those higher wages. Like Maggio, for example. If Maggio's 16 and they're afraid City's going to go in for him for the future to potentially replace Haaland one day, you probably want to tie him down on a brand new 4 or 5 year deal. How much are you going to give him for wages? Well, so who do they have right now? They have Watkins. They have Maggio, obviously. They have one more striker. He scored against us. Why am I blanking on him? English, dreads, headband. Why can't I think of him? Tammy, yes, Tammy. Yeah. Watkins, Al Hilal. They do have the Saudi pipeline. They could be like Chelsea or the. You're not a Big Six club until you sell your aging players for extreme profit to Saudi League. That's what makes you a top six. Gloves flown for 4K in the hour? Really? I'm afraid to sell. Which, by the way, all the people who were thinking that it was extensions that got people banned last week, did you hear what the actual reason was? It's funny in the sense of it's so pathetic. It's actually quite sad. But did you guys hear what the reason for all the bans was? The bans last week. No, it wasn't even coin trading. There were some people who did get banned because EA's flagging system for making coins is so bad. They, I believe, look at like average prices of stuff. And if stuff goes up in price and a bot that is buying those buys your cards that you had listed all at a single price, if they buy all your cards, they're going to think you did coin selling activity when you did nothing wrong. The market just rose. That got some people banned. But the thing that got people banned was a gameplay thing. You had people playing just Div Rivals, doing nothing else. And because there was, I think it was a glitch in the system, counted them as cheating. Even though you can look at gameplay for different people and they literally did nothing to cheat. It just flagged them as cheating. But the funny part about it, the really sad part, is they give you the vague ban notice. They say you broke EA's code of conduct. You did something illegal. They list a million different things that are illegal, but they don't tell you what. So it's kind of vague. You then have to report it and say, okay, well, I want to challenge this. Surely this is incorrect. There was thousands of people who challenged the ban. And every single person at the same exact time, days later, got a copy-paste response from EA's bots saying that they had their ban checked and it's going to stay banned because they were found guilty. Funny thing was, people that didn't even put in a request to get unbanned got the same message, which means it was literally just EA sending it out again in bulk. You didn't even have to do an appeal. They just sent it. So EA screwed up there again, because it's like, they didn't even challenge it. You're just saying, like, okay, we're going to send this to everyone. But not only that, there's people who've now applied 10 times to try to appeal their ban. And supposedly, by the 10th time, that's in EA system when an actual employee looks at it. So 9 appeals before that, it's bots you're dealing with the whole time. It's, I guess, the 10th appeal that you actually get a human to look at it. And once the human looks at it, they go, what did they get banned for? Oh, that shouldn't have happened. Sorry about that. You're good. Unbanned. But depending on what you got banned for, how much time, it could be 2 months later you get unbanned. You could have had all your coins wiped. Imagine that happened to our account. Imagine, because we did the League SBCs for so much profit, we had hundreds of jumbo gold packs left. For example, White just said in chat that gloves are selling for 4K within the hour. How many gloves do I have in my account? Let's take a look. Okay, I'm down to one tradable one. But like, let's say the same thing happened with, what's a good example to use here? We'll look at some of our common chem styles because that's easier to do. Let's say finishers were 1K, right? I don't know how much they actually are. They're not even going for 200, but let's use that for the sake of the argument. If I sold over 700 finishers and then EA looked at that as like suspicious activity or thought like a bot was buying them because the average price was lower and they didn't realize it went up, they're going to ban it, coin wipe you, send you through 10 appeal processes before you see an actual human. Months could have gone by at that point. And then when you officially get unbanned, you still have 0 coins because they wiped your coins and they don't give it back to you. Is that so stupid? How's everyone getting on these old FIFAs? EA aren't unbanning people too for some reason. Well, they are unbanning them. You just got to appeal 10 times. They dropped something on Reddit about it. What is special is going to exchanges? What do I put in the Team of the Week pack? I'm still confused even after the video. So this is where you will hear a million different suggestions for a million different people, and a million different content creators will tell you different things. I'm going to keep it simple. If you're struggling to even build the bare minimum shallow, I would put any 87 and above realistically. That's not a special card that can go into an 85-10. I'd personally put it all into exchanges. Because your issue is making any sort of packs. You shouldn't be limiting yourself to only a certain rating. Now, use that with caution, right? Do you want to put a 96 team of the year in? Realistically, probably not. But you see what I'm kind of going for? The less you put in, the more you limit yourself, the less the exchanges you can make. The less exchanges you make, the less fodder you get. The less exchanges you make, the less crafting upgrades you make, the less 85-10s you make. The less of those you make, the less Team of the Weeks you make. The less footies and Team of the Seasons you pack in those packs. The less you recycle back in the 85-10. the less you recycle back in the 8510, the less 8510s you actually build up. The less 8510s you build up, the less exchanges you can make from opening the 8510s. The less exchanges you make from opening the 8510s, the less exchanges you can recycle into crafted upgrades in 85.2s. The less you can recycle from those exchanges back in the crafted upgrades in 85.2s, the less Team of the Week upgrades you can make. The less Team of the Week upgrades you make, the less FOFs, Team of the Seasons, footies you pack in the 85.2s, and the crafting upgrades. The less total 85.10s you can make. The less total 85.10s you can make, the less total of exchanges you open up and make exchanges. The less 85.10s you open to make exchanges. It just circles. Circles, circles, circles. What's your hot take Prem prediction? Ooh. You're saying hot take, so it can't be one that people think. Standard. My hot take, I'm going to have two hot takes. My first hot take is Arsenal is going to have an even better season than they had last year. But my main hot take is going to be, no matter the players coming back from injury, and no matter the spending, Spurs is going to struggle to get in the top half of the table. That's going to be the hot take. Damn, on alt, 1 second. My 12-year-old been watching me last few days, so today he went and got FC and started the grind. Hey! Get him addicted early. Love to see it. Just keep him away from the FIFA points, Steven. Honestly, I agree. Spurs got a good man. Well, the thing with Spurs that, like, is the scary wake-up call for, I feel like, a lot of clubs is, like, if you have money to spend and you don't spend it, I don't think there's a lot of teams anymore. How you spend it's important too, don't get me wrong, because you can pull a Newcastle, and if you're having to replace and you overspend to replace and some other players eventually go, it's going to be harder to attract players then, and you end up in a hot mess. I think in Spurs' case, I don't think Spurs actually thought they'd get that close to relegation. So when they kind of stayed up, they're like, oh gosh, we really need to spend this summer now. We can't have this happen again. And to be fair, on paper, they look like a much better team. I think their system's going to be a lot more smooth this season. They're going to play better football. But still, I don't think it completely turns around. My hot take is that Spurs will struggle as we have no frontline players of the needed level and no recent signings. If we buy attacking players, we'll be in top 5. So how much do you think you'd spend on an attacker, or how much could you? And what options are you currently looking at? Will be no points out of my bank. That's good to hear. Will you be online when the web app drops? I leave for Italy the 28th of September, so I will be here for the first week and a half of the game. Will you stream the same time on 27 as FC26? During the week, 4 hours after new content. Yes. There may be times where it's 3 hours after new content because time change. But in theory, always 4 hours after new content for me. Italy, nice. Yeah, I'll be in Italy from September 28th to October 18th, 19th. I'll be there for 2.5, 3 weeks. I'm excited to see Kulu back, man. I'm really curious what would have happened if Spurs did get relegated, though. I'm curious what their summer would have looked like, what players would have wanted to stay. Do you think Liverpool's going to actually land Barcola? Or do you think he stays at least to the winter window, if not next summer? Like, is PSG actively trying to sell, or is it one of the cases where the player wants to move? It does seem close. Like, it's okay. So he's out no matter what, and he wants Liverpool. Do they have personal terms with each other? Agreed to. Spurs was a scapegoat last season. We was the unlucky ones to get relegated. You're a West Ham supporter, right? Yeah. Well, it's like, that's the scary thing too, is like, although I was just giving the case earlier about how I feel like Sunderland will be fine for the most part. People talk about second season syndrome, but I think you can point to a lot of different things. I think the scary thing is you can look at when Leeds came up, was it 4 or 5 years ago at this point? They got, I think it was 9th place. Ended up on more points than Sunderland had last season. Kept their team, bought a few more players, and even after that almost got relegated. It's like nothing's a guarantee. And if you look at West Ham was playing European football not too long ago. Well, I watched your video today. Managed to build 185 doubles and 52 league packs just from using the 85 and 86s in my storage every time I find it easier to build. Yes, sir. Let's go, buddy. W. We smashed Leeds on the last day of the season. It should have... I'm going to be honest, bro. This is my... It's not even a hot take. If you have to rely on the final day results to stay up, your team's not good enough to stay up, in my opinion. Something's going wrong at the club, and it needs to be reassessed. But yeah, you guys did play phenomenal. It's a shame you didn't get to stay up, but that's just the way it goes. Like, I would argue, like, so, this might sound like a crazy take. I'm glad not only that Sunderland got relegated in the back in 2015, 2016. I'm happy they got double relegated, because without them playing so poorly in the championship and then so poorly initially in League One for those first few years, there would have never been new ownership. There never would have been new systems implemented, how players were bought, the terms of contracts. None of that would have changed. How do you think Sunderland do in Europe? I mean, Europa League, Premier League wise speaking, the Premier League teams are usually favored to either win or make it pretty far in the tournament. So with Sunderland, that's no exception. I would say realistically though, top 8 should be the expectation, while also maintaining good league form. It's not a one or the other. It's not a you put all your eggs in the Europa basket because you're at chance of getting relegation, or you don't just give up on Europa because you're doing poorly in the league. A good season for me is the balance of the two. I think if they get top 8, realistically top 4 in Europa, and they're top half of the table, I think that'd be great. But I think even if Sunderland has as good of a season as they did last year, I don't think they're going to finish as highly. I think the only chance they realistically get Europe again is if they win the Europa League. Because I just think, not because Sunderland's regressing, I think so many other teams could progress. I think a lot of people underperformed last season that are going to be in and about. Like, I mean, as much crap as I give Newcastle, Newcastle is a perfect example. Newcastle should realistically be a top 10 team. Brentford, Brighton, Crystal Palace. I mean, kind of top 4 writes themselves, but there's going to be so many teams in and around the mix of Europa and Conference League. Yeah, I don't expect a deep Europa run. I'm excited, though, for some of the matchups. I think it's going to be cool to see different stadiums. And remember the Chelsea fan who does TikToks and he's like, was it Conference League? Or was it Champions League or Europa League? I can't remember which one Chelsea was playing in that season. But they lost to a team where it was like very difficult to pronounce their name. And he like made a video screaming that they lost to a team that's a Wi-Fi password. I miss that guy. I don't see him anymore. I wonder what he's up to. I forget his name though. Anyone know what I'm talking about? He'd like... He would make a video the day before a game, and he's like, Chelsea versus Liverpool. What they don't understand is the team's fully healthy. Not only are we going to win, we're going to absolutely destroy them. Bleach my eyes! I can't take it anymore! What has my club done? End me! Yeah, Kippa. The best is like when your recommended is you missed a few days and your recommended is those two videos back to back. You'll see the one where it's like the background music where it's like do. He's like, Chelsea have a chance to go all the way. Is this the year we do a deep Champions League run? What are we doing? I can't take it anymore. I just want to be a football club. Pure joy. Hi, Mumbo. Are you using special cards 94 and under rated to craft the Team League upgrade or slowly gold cards? I'm going to blow your guys' mind. I'm going to say yes to both. I'm going to say yes and no to both of that. We're using what is called the on-off method for every part of the grind. And what I mean by that is the on-off switch includes many different SBCs. There's times we focus on one more than the other. If I were trying to make as many Team of the Week upgrades in a row, there may be times I mix in a lot of specials with the gold rares and gold commons to make more Team of the Week upgrades. But it's never at risk of running out of packs. It's just kind of efficiency for what we're doing at the moment. Realistically, most of those high-end cards go into exchanges because you're getting endless amounts of them from the 8510s, and you're making endless exchanges then off of that. Then you're opening endless exchanges to make endless 85 doubles and endless 80 plus times 5s. So in theory, you're making endless Team of the Week upgrades anyways. But it makes sense if you want to get to a certain number, like I'm trying to get to 1,000 8510s. I theoretically need to make another 200 Team of the Week upgrades. So the easier I make it on myself to reach that number, the better. Hot take, United don't even get 8th? You think United's going to have a bad season? Oh, question. I really want to ask you guys this. What do you guys consider for Arsenal as a bad season this year? We saw it with Liverpool winning the league, spending a ton, and just not being able to have players like Frimpong have an instant impact. Obviously, the situation with Isak and the injury is different in the whole Newcastle saga. But, like, what? Not how do you think they're going to do. What is viewed as a failure for Arsenal this season now? Is it not winning a trophy? I mean, they outside of the one they just won, like, if they don't do a deep Champions League run, if they don't get another Prem title, no PLRCL, it has to be one or the other. Okay. I would agree. I think it has to be one of those scenarios where if you don't win the Prem, it has to be because City had like an almost perfect season. They need to be completely in the title race though. Question is Areola going to have Liverpool in a title race this season? Are they going to be good enough? And then is United going to ride their momentum from last season and be pushing? Is Aston Villa going to put it up a notch too? I don't think many of the teams have the longevity needed though. I don't think Liverpool has the longevity. I do not think United has the longevity. I don't think Aston Villa has the longevity and consistency. Question what, actually, with Aston Villa, is Aston Villa a stronger squad at the start of this season than they were at the end of last season? Let's, without Suzuki, say the Suzuki doesn't happen yet. The Japanese goalkeeper. Let's say that doesn't happen yet. Martinez on the out. Towards the end for him. Their aging squad is getting older. They got some young players developing. How many exchanges do you open at once? However many I can. It's going to be different for me than it is you. Because if I wanted to, I could sit here and build thousands of exchanges. And then open them as I make more crafting upgrades and 85 doubles. But the more exchanges I have, the harder it is for me to open them all, because that's just more cards to deal with. Sabo, does he play in a different position now? I actually saw him play live in Nashville against Sunderland. He was phenomenal, man. He scored an absolute screamer from outside the box. They had a corner kick. Sunderland cleared it. It landed to him at like the top of the box. And he barely had an angle, and dude banged it in. He looks disgusting. I think he's going to have a really good season. I think he's going to have an even better season than he had last year. And I would argue player of the month contention month 1. What's Liverpool's first few games? Do they have a weaker schedule? Villa are weaker? Okay. Chelsea, I think people scapegoat Enzo a lot. They do. The funny thing is, if Enzo goes to Real Madrid for like 120 mil, though, and he's no longer the scapegoat, I wonder what the new script is going to be. Look at the gap he leaves here. Chelsea needs to replace him. He was irreplaceable. What do you think we're getting a preseason promo? I would assume preseason would be a lot more of the... I mean, some of the batches were similar players, let's be honest, like the lower end ones. But I would assume we'd have multiple footies teams and packs together. I think they'd throw in a lot more of those FOF players. So I think like the 85-10 type of grind just becomes even easier. But I haven't seen too many leaks yet with what would be coming. That's weird that they have the PSG badge on them still. Interesting. Madrid or Barca? Like, who do I like more as a club, or who do I think will have a better season in La Liga, Champions League? What's the question? Or is it just like whatever I think, blind, Madrid or Barca? Are we talking historically, present? Who has the best player? Who has the more consistent team? Who has the best midfield defense? Do you think we're getting better exchanges? It wouldn't surprise me if they removed the cap of the 88 maximum. It also wouldn't surprise me if they kept it the exact same and just copied it to say, instead of repeatable footies provision player pack, repeatable preseason provisions player pack. I said the first one wrong. You know what I mean. They're just going to replace footies with preseason would be my guess. Who you like the most overall? I think both are interesting for different reasons. I like the prospect of, I mean, as a neutral when it comes to La Liga, I think you just, as a footballing fan, want to see both Barca and Real Madrid not only both be really good, you want them to be elite level. I think having the El Clasico just be that next level competition that you look forward to twice a year for in-season and then other tournaments. I think it's been a little hit or miss over the years, and I'm excited this year. I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on it. That being said, Real Madrid's spending, some of the big names they brought in, is going to be fantastic to see how they get on together. I think they have a lot of attacking options that will be interesting to see how they gel. I don't know necessarily how it's going to work with all of them up top. You got Vinny, Mbappe, Diomande, so many different people. If they get Enzo into the midfield, what that would look like for them, which players end up leaving the club as well. But I think Barca's the more exciting one. I think Yamal gets a lot of crap for how well he does in games that don't matter, and then when it's a big level game, the thing people say is he doesn't show up. Can this be a season of consistency for him? And then also too, can Barca replace Liwa? I think that's going to be the interesting thing. How do the strikers at Barca do this season? How do they play together? How do they gel? How does Rodri do in that midfield? I think they've been missing their Busquets for a long time. And if they can have Rodri somewhat emulate that, how much better is the Barca midfield and how much more consistency does he bring? But then also too, with Rodri's age, him getting up there, how many years does he have left in his career at this level? But also too, how many games can you play Rodri this season? Can you rely on him for a full La Liga season, then European season as well? We have the extended, I think, is it winter camp or fall camp for international? You have that to think of too. Is he going to be playing for Spain? Probably. You think they're removing soft fans in preseason? They have the ability to. If there were a time to do it, it would be preseason. But you also, another way to look at it is if they've waited this long, what's going to happen? Let's see what Xavi does. I'm curious to see what Alonso does with Chelsea. I think Chelsea, as much crap as like we give them when it comes to their transfers and like how the clubs run, I think you can like hate that aspect of them or despise it or not like it, but also like love Alonso as a person and a manager and think he can do well with the players he has. I think Chelsea's going to have a good season. Whether a good season's top 4 for them, I'm not sure. I guess the question would come down to how many teams do they outplay? Are they going to be a better than Arsenal, Aston Villa, United, Liverpool? Notice I didn't say Spurs. Double 10 Rodgers, left wing, or Palmer, right wing? I'm curious to see how he plays them. I can't wait for the double cold celebration. You already know it's gonna happen. There's gonna be one picture of Palmer assisting Rodgers for a goal. They're gonna be next to each other going like this, and then they're gonna have a promo where EA releases that image for each one of them, where it's like they're next to each other, but you only see Rodgers and Rodgers one, and you only see Palmer and Palmer's one. And they'll have it where you can like use them in game, and if you put their cards next to each other, it'll look like it's combined. Like you play them both as cams in a formation in Ultimate Team, and you can have them back to back. That'd be sick. Madrid for me have families who lives in Spain and not far from Madrid, so that's my reason to follow them, but it's not religiously. Gotcha. We got Morgan's after 2 years of Pedro, Neto, Garnacho, Gittins, even decent performances is a success for us. How long till Barca fans push Rodri is greater than Busquets? As a just thing they say or an actual point? A thing they say, I could 100% see it with like a recency bias or just like the thing to say in the moment. Now that Spain's won a recent World Cup though, I'm not giving my take on it, I'm just saying, if you start counting Champions League, if you start counting World Cups, if you start counting Prem versus La Liga, how many times you won the league, there's probably a really good competition between the two of them. Ballon d'Or? I mean, I completely forgot about that, to be honest. Yeah. What started as a imagine if, actually, now that you're saying it, sounds like a really good resume. Wait, what are we talking about? You're trying to compare? No. So, LFC set, we were talking about Real Madrid versus Barca this season, who I prefer. Like, I just talked about it. I was saying how I want both teams to be elite level because I love a really good El Clasico and I love those elite level teams playing the Prem. And then LFC was talking about Rodri. He's like, people are going to compare Rodri to Busquets and say Rodri's better than Busquets. And then he said that, and I was like, are Barca fans going to say that because it's like an in the season thing? Or are you saying that they're going to think Rodri throughout his career is now going to be a better player than Busquets? And then the second we said that, we started going, okay, well, actually, now that Spain just won a World Cup, Rodri versus Busquets when Spain last won the World Cup, how many La Ligas did Busquets win? How many Premier Leagues did Rodri win? How many Champions Leagues did each of them win? How well have they done for Spain? Who's won a Ballon d'Or? Champions League winner? Euros winner? Like, it's an actual conversation to be had. Now, the question becomes, let's say you take Ballon d'Ors out of it. Let's say Rodri and Busquets. We're going to clear history, okay? You just remember the player, not the accomplishments. If you said both of them won their respective leagues, let's say 5 times each. Let's say City won the Prem 5 times and Barca won La Liga with Busquets 5 times, and they each won a World Cup. What is the more impressive resume? Champions League 2. Let's say they each won 2 Champions Leagues. Because, like, although Prem, you can make the argument that Prem is realistically probably harder to win. There's more money in that and for different reasons. But you got to remember, when Busquets was playing, the Real Madrid they were playing each season. Think of those lineups. Because winning the La Liga, you're not thinking about it back then from the perspective of how potentially poor the rest of the league is in comparison. You're thinking how good, if you're Barca, you're thinking how good is Real Madrid going to be this season? How good is Atletico going to be this season? The Liga has 3 teams in it. Worth the shit, which guarantees the 3 teams Champions League football every season, which is a draw for elite players to choose those 3 teams. Prem, you have to claw for every point. True. Tottenham finished in the top 10 Champions League table and then nearly got relegated from the Prem. True. Very true statements. Okay, we can make more exchanges now. What would rather, winning the league every season or winning the UCL once? Like, if I were a player, would I want to win the Champions League once or win the league every season? I guess it depends on the context of what the league is. If I played in the Premier League for Sunderland and I was winning every single season, I would gladly take that over one single Champions League. personally. And it depends on how long of a career you have. You're talking, if you're a one club player, you're either in their academy or after your academy, you join a club very early on and you sign a long deal contract that you keep extending and you stay loyal to the club. If you won like 20 years straight, many different conversations would be being had. Did Maldini say winning the Champions League was like winning 3 titles? I mean, I'm also not European, so when it comes to European competitions, it's not that I can't understand the appeal. It doesn't fully hit me the same way that it would if I was European. You know what I'm saying? Like, World Cup is a universal thing, right? Every country that competes in FIFA competitions has the chance to qualify for the World Cup and potentially win a World Cup. Now, you can say there's a million factors on why teams won't make it or can't get that far or won't win a World Cup, but realistically speaking, everyone has the ability to compete in it. In competitions where it's like, if I'm an American who plays in the US, obviously the MLS sucks, but it's like you have the CONCACAF sort of competitions. There's not like the equivalents to the European ones. If you win the Asian Champions League, that's probably a really big achievement if you're an Asian team. But if you're outside of Asia, you're probably not dreaming of, hey, I'm trying to win the Asian Champions League. But I think realistically, if there were one to point to, for club football at least, everyone wants to win a Champions League. But I think the league's the important thing. The reason why I say I'd choose league is I'm going off a Prem. If you could win the Prem 15 to 20 years in a row, that's the sort of dominance that even if you didn't win a Champions League once, I also took that as like you're guaranteed to win one. Is the question, you can never win the Champions League if you say yes to winning the Prem every season? Or can you still compete for it? Because if you can still compete for it and there's a chance, think about the amount of money, the pool of players you'd have. Like, I'm thinking of all the implications. Not saying that winning the Champions League isn't impressive, but you could also create a scenario where it's like teams are dealing with injuries late into a tournament. One side of the bracket was more favorable. One team just had a really good season. They realistically would never be able to do it again. When are Americans scrapping the dumbass draft system of football? USL is going to have relegation promotion next year. My local could get to the USL championship if it goes through. But remember, guys, Diamande was not good enough for the MLS, let alone USL. Let that be known. Diamande was not a good enough player. He was playing in the US and was not cut out, the scout said. Why do we need an international break in September when we've just had the World Cup? It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, man. Wonder what the scout's opinion was. I mean, if you go back and look at a lot of the highlights, like, he looked like a quality player still, but he's been progressing rapidly. Like, as much as I joke about that, like, he has come a long way very shortly. Like, his dribbling has gotten much better. He had the pace, the acceleration, the physicality, but his dribbling wasn't on the level it is now. You could see him kind of go through and kind of pick up speed towards the end, and then when he got his move, really started developing. Who's the best player or recent times to come out of the MLS? I'm going to ask you to define that even more. Is it a player that starts their career in the MLS, meaning like, let's say a young American or maybe like a young Argentinian that instead of playing maybe in CONMEBOL competitions, an MLS team buys and then he goes on to have a career? Or can we also include people who very briefly came to the US? It's like a player whose career took off in the MLS, big move, and is still good. I think I'm going to not answer your question off the top of my head because I can't think of a big name yet. I will say, however, I think it's going to become more and more common. You start seeing Premier League buy players for 10 to 20 mil from the US, and they're going to consistently be at the level where physicality and speed, they're up for it, and you develop them for a year or two, and you have a potential real asset on your hand. I think even those, the United States doesn't have that good youth academy system that Europe has. I think you're seeing the starting, I mean, it's already started. You're going to see a lot more US talent develop and European clubs take more and more of a chance on. It's never happened. Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Atletico have all qualified for the Champions League in every single modern season where they finished high enough in La Liga, meaning all three Spanish giants have never missed the competition together. Really? Oh, dude, do you remember that season? It was Atletico, right? Atletico mathematically rested their players for like half the season because mathematically they were guaranteed to finish Champions League. Yeah, I remember that. That's how they made their deep run. They pulled the PSG. Be prepared for them to buy your players at age 16. Well, think of it logically too, right? It makes sense, Diamante's rise. I mean, you can joke about the meme of, is he actually his age? But like, a lot of Americans get noticed early 20s. Like, think of, you know, in the past when we've had like Future Star promos, like if we look back 10 years ago at Future Star promos, a lot of the Future Stars, 20 to 25, you could be still approaching your prime age and be considered a Future Star. Now I feel like the cutoff for a Future Star is like, if you've turned 20, you're officially an unk. Like if you're not playing in your league at 15 years old from your academy, you can't be a Future Star anymore. And I feel like for Americans, for the most part, since they miss out on that academy level and developing at that such a young age, your body's developing, your physicality, your speed, but it takes those few years of playing in Europe where you become a better player, early to mid-20s. I think you're going to start seeing younger players get bought. Like, Calvin Sullivan's one of them you point to. Calvin Sullivan, that City bought, was it a year or two ago when he was 14? And he's going to be playing in the MLS until he's around 18. But he's already looking like a breakout star. But this is his first true season playing in and around the MLS and the competitions that MLS teams play in. And he's doing relatively well. But he's still completely raw. They do it all the time with Brazil. It's going to be different with the US, though. When you're buying the Brazilian players, there's kind of the expectation of the wonder kids, and you can look at the past of players who've come out of those systems. You can look at like Neymar from Santos and be like, okay, look at the stats he had there, look at the impact he has. If a player even comes close to like this sort of level, it's worth that investment. I think the MLS, it's much harder to just consistently look at like, okay, what did a player do in this league in the context of the quality of the league and the stats they had? I think more and more you're seeing this just in modern football in general, but MLS it's going to apply heavily, and why I think more European teams are going to buy Americans over the years. I think if you look at how scouts are going about the market, they're looking for profiles of players more than other things. And I think if you look at like the Brentfords, the Crystal Palaces, the Sunderlands, the Brightons, those profiles, especially if you're not paying top dollar like a team like Arsenal who wins the league can afford to spend, I think you take more risk on those profiles and say, hey, even though this player's playing in the MLS, he's 6'3", he's a left-footed center back, he plays really good long balls, he never gets beat off the ball, he wins all his tackles, he scores goals, he's involved in the play, he can step in the midfield, he also can cover as a left back in a system. If he's a back three, it's a left center back. He's not poor with his weak foot. We've had a center back fit this before. His stats look eerily similar. He can not only potentially replace him, he can learn off of him too. Let's bring him in. What's the fee? 10 million? If you're Crystal Palace and you have Chris Richards for another 3-4 years, can you risk bringing in another young American who's maybe 19 to learn from him? Also, if Pochettino thinks he's going to be in the U.S. men's roster for the next set of international games, and he's going to get time with the U.S. men's national team, that might be a really good investment. Sounds like you described. It literally is, though. Yeah. That's the way it works. That's how they go off of it. Mind you, he's 28 prime years. There's outrage on Arsenal's transfer fee for Bruno G because of his name. But that's the thing. Like, players, even if they're close to 30, it's all. I mean, to be fair, a lot of it's needed. If you're buying players with no resellability, you can screw yourself financially if you do that with every player. Especially if you're a club with not as much money, you're playing by different rules. Ground get better on Friday. Okay, George, where did you see that, brother? I'm trying to look for the info you just mentioned, because you mentioned it on a video too. I can't remember if you replied to my comment, or I haven't seen it if you did. Did Romania or one of them say? Whoa, 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 whoa. I thought I accidentally submitted a squad of 99s before that. I would have lost my mind, bro. Jeez. Woo! It's already hard enough to get them, man. Americans going to start producing 6'7" fullbacks and center backs soon? It's already happening, brother. One of the young talents the U.S. is producing right now is quite literally a 6'7" center back who just scores at will on corner kicks. It's disgusting. Let me find. I can't remember his name. I think he plays for the Philadelphia Union with Sullivan. Philadelphia Union, young American center back. That's Neil Pierre. He's 6'6" and 18 years old. So this is the profile I'm talking about. This is the exact thing. So if you look at his stats, 4 matches, 2 goals. If you're just looking at stats, you're like, oh, 2 goals, that's not bad. Brother's a defender. But look at his... Look at his career, right? Gets called up the U19s. 2024 to now. So he's in and around the pool of national team. Look at his season so far. He's averaging above a 7 rating on FootMob. Obviously that can be, depending on your competition, that doesn't mean too much. But look at his player traits when it comes to where he rates. Is this for compared to other center backs? So he scores more than any other center back. He's in the top percentile. Shot attempts 2. Aerial duels 1, 98%. 81% defensive contributions. touches 54, and chances created 45. So like if you're looking at him, you see that his value's under 1,000, right? Let's say you're Burrow. Burrow's the perfect example of this. Burrow just bought 2 American players who came off of the World Cup, being in and around the squad. Berhalter being more of a part of it. Berhalter is already performing extremely well at Burrow after a cup game and preseason and the first EFL game for them. This is the type of player you'd look at and be like, realistically, if you put a 3 or 4 mil bid in, Union are most likely going to consider it. If you can get him on a 5-year contract for 3 or 4 mil, realistically, that's probably going to do really well. His profile is going to do well in the championship, even if, you know, he doesn't have an instant impact. He'll continue to develop. Worst case scenario, you probably get your money back by selling him to Derby or something. But like, you know, we had this conversation before, and you guys gave me crap because you talked about other European sports that you could say the same thing with. I made the comment about, imagine how much better the U.S. Would be at producing football talent if a lot of athletes, instead of trying to go to the NFL, the NBA, the MLB, all chose to be professional footballers instead. But then the conversation was like, oh, well, rugby players could do that too. All these different sports could do that too. Yeah, but I think in the U.S., if we look at all the athletes there, like think of like a LeBron James type player playing football. I mean, a good comparison to look at is the Usain Bolt. People said that for a long time, I guess, where it's like, imagine if Usain Bolt played football, bro. No one would catch him. And then he played in the Australian League for a year or two, right? And didn't really do well at all. But like the big reason for that is like a lot of these athletes, football is a very unforgiving sport. If you're not playing at a young age and developing at a young age, you can't just really pick it up late on. You still can pick it up, but like it's obvious you're newer at it. There's certain things about dribbling, ball control that don't just spawn overnight. You can't just LARP as a footballer. Like, you ever see like people from other sports try to play and you're like, ooh, yeah, that ain't it. Time to get my champs. Good luck, brother. NFL pays crazy to even average players more than footballers who are average again, I think. There's less total spots, but way more money. If you're 20 and you just came off a season or two of American college football, and you go to the NFL, you're guaranteed up front probably a few million on your contract. You do have a thing called a rookie year contract where you're not expected to make a lot your first year, but you make more later once you get out of your rookie contract. It would kind of be like, the comparison would be an academy player playing for the first team, getting game time with them, knowing that they have a promising future, but not wanting to get them on a huge contract. You give them a contract from their academy one to like, hey, we want you on first team. We're going to sign you. And then off of that one, maybe that one's long-term. You reevaluate terms and conditions depending on how well they do, and you offer them a new one to get them to stay. The top athletes in those, though, make ridiculous money. But also, too, like, managers are eerily similar, I feel like. There's a lot of money for, like, American college football coaches. But, like, if they get sacked, there's also rules and regulations like European coaches where if you're a college football coach and you're making, let's say, $50 million a year, they'll make outrageous money like that. If they get fired, they get all that money. However, it might be written in the contract that they only get to keep all that money if they don't get another job within the next year or so. If they choose to get another job in coaching, they have to give up like half of it or something. feel like managers have like the same thing too. Like you'll see a manager get sacked. They were on extremely high wages, so they'll get a big payday, but if they go to a club after, yeah, guardian leave. Exactly. What's the new method? Just came in. Sorry, no, you're good, brother. New method is the newest video today. It's essentially an endless cycle once you already have unlimited 8510s built out. So realistically, you could do with any large number. I'm pushing to 1,000 8510s later this week. But you could do this with probably 50 to 100. It's essentially spamming 8510s into exchanges, with your exchanges making crafting upgrades and 85 doubles, using those things combined to get a bunch of footies in Team of the Seasons to make more 8510s, but you're also making Team of the Week upgrades, which you're also getting more 8510s, which that number endlessly goes up. Then the more 8510s you have, the more exchanges you get. More exchanges, the more the other packs you get. You're just endlessly cycling everything together. But the big difference now is the ability to save packs versus a pick. In the past with the pick, the 85 plus pick, people pick that over the 85 double. You had to use it in the moment. Wasn't as much freedom. Now that we're doing 85 doubles, we get to store that alongside the 80 plus times 5s, where we get to pick which direction we want to go. And since everything's packs now, it essentially becomes, if I want to sit here and open 200 85 10s, I can do that. I'm just going to probably have 200 plus exchanges that I have to build. And then I probably also have to build a ton of other stuff too, especially if I'm opening the exchange. If I'm getting a bunch of dupe storage filling up with 85s and 86s, I don't want to just put those right back into the Team of the Week or the 8510. That's going to be overkill from the 8510s. I probably want to mix that in with lower rated cards. So if I'm opening a few provisions packs, I get some lower rated cards I can mix in. If I have craftings I can open, I can mix those in. So it's just going to kind of be how to be efficient in those little sections. Well, the question is, isn't throwing it into the 95 PP better for continuing? That's exactly what we answer in the video, and I hate to be the guy that just is marketing the video to say give it a watch, but I give what I think is a really good argument on realistically, anytime you add more and more stuff to the grind, even though you think it might be worth it in the moment to put in those things, I think the more you stick to the 8510 right now, especially the next 2 days when these SBCs are still here, we could have provisions go away. We have the 85 double going away. We have the crafting upgrade go away. If those don't come back, the grind's severely different. Obviously, they could come back the exact same. They could come back better. That just makes the grind in general better. But since the 95 plus is here longer, since the 94 plus is here longer, theoretically, the more exchanges and the more of these you build out, the more you do this now, at any point you could do the on-off switch and be like, you know what? I'm just going to spam now. I built up 200 of the 8510s today. I'm going to spam open 50 of these, and any fodder I get in these 50, I'm going to put right into the 95 PP. I'm going to put right into the 94 pack, and boom, you instantly make 50 to 100 very quickly. You don't have to worry about it just being 91 pluses. You don't have to worry about your dupe storage filling up and then making this into that. It all becomes just uber efficient. What I mean is, thus far, I've done all open the 8510s, the 95 PP, not bothering anything else besides exchanges. Now then, I keep going up until back. Yep, so the difference would be, Drow, is if you focused on 8510s and the grind I'm recommending now, your packs would continue to go up. It just goes up at an extremely fast rate that people can't believe. And then since it's going up extremely fast, at any point in time, if you want it for 5 to 10 minutes, build out 5, 10, 15, 20 of those off of it, you're going to notice it's much faster to do it that way. Because your focus, if you have 5 things that you're each devoting 20% of your time to, you're not very efficient at any of those. But if you're 100% onto one thing, you get super efficient at it. If it's like a job and you're making a ton of money, you could hire someone to do those other areas. But same thing kind of applies with like these packs and stuff. The more 8510s you build out, the easier it is to get fodder for the icons. The easier it is to get player SBC done. The easier it is to build out exchanges. Everything just becomes infinitely easier. And if we're talking about chance at 99s, this is going to be a really good pack to have for preseason. But also, too, I would assume the SBCs are only going to get better and better in terms of the gamble ones. We're going to have even better value and quality gamble packs for more 99s that aren't even out yet. And if you're building something that's out right now, and you have to open it in the moment, that's not as good as building something that can be an easy tool for making those when they do come out. Same thing would apply to, like, let's say 5 new 99 player SBCs drop in the next week. If you put all your fodder, you keep making the 95 plus pick and your packs keep going up, that's great. But you could probably get those SBCs done even quicker with more of these built up. But at this point, we're just arguing over semantics. We're already unlimited. We're all already going the own routes we want to go. It's just realistically what you want to spend your time doing. And a lot of people just want to spam endless 8510s. We'll never be at risk of running out. The team's already crashed, so I just want to flip cards. I guess pretty much. The bottom, much time it takes. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, for me, it's very easy to turn my brain off and focus on these things. Obviously, we're taking things a little slower here because we're SBC banned on the other one. SBC banned on the other ones, but it really starts picking up. Dude, how many times have we crashed so far today? Oh, dude, I need to make dinner. I have chicken, beans, cheese. I'm gonna make myself a burrito. Let's focus on packs. I've done around 185 twos and about 50 team of the weeks. You know what I'm excited for? Once I make, so I'm gonna stop making team of the week upgrades once I've hit 200. You know, I might actually push it closer to 250, 300 because we have team of the weeks in the club. We're having footies that we're packing that we aren't putting back in yet. This number started at over 700 plus today, so it is going down, but it's only going down because we haven't recycled these yet. When I stop making team of the week upgrades, I wonder how crazy it's going to be during preseason. Like, is it going to be more common to get footies and FOF players if we have both multiple footies teams and packs at the same time, and FOF cards that were never really in packs together in packs? Your last comment, I think happens Friday. No, but going out of previous FIFAs, preseason had 2 batches where they add footies team 1 in 2, batch 1, then 3, 4 in batch 2 as well. So their top promo was missing. Okay, so it's possible. I'm going to take a piss real quick and heat up the chicken. I'll be right back. Feel free to keep talking to each other. I'm not going anywhere. We've been live for almost 2 hours. I plan on grinding for a long time tonight. I got my workouts done earlier today. Got my steps in. Now we're just spamming. So until I get SBC banned on everything, we'll continue spamming. Be back. Mumbo, what's the best way to get 185 10s? I'm currently on 25 with like 18 exchange backs. So crowns, if you haven't seen our how to make unlimited 85 10s video, I highly recommend that being step 1 of tutorial. Today's video will help you scale that infinitely higher, and the best kind of routes to continue to do that easily. So I'd watch the 85 10 if you haven't. It shows the bare minimum steps, how to easily have that number stay well above 25. I would say that could easily get you to 100 plus. And then from there, the one today is going to show you how easy it is to continuously, endlessly cycle. Because I don't want to open the 25, then have to keep building them. That today's video will help you very easily with that next level. All right, let's continue grinding. But if I want to specifically pack 99 Ronaldo, what do I do? Give up on life. Ain't happen. How you build more 85 10s than you had before? Like, how does that work? Today's newest video goes over exactly step by step. If you even look at the number, we had like 500 something in the video this morning, and I had over 700 by the start of stream today. It's just a simple cycle of packs into packs into packs into packs into packs into packs into packs, even more efficiently than we were doing before, because the player pick is no longer a part of it. So everything becomes much easier because everything's in pack form, meaning you don't have to open everything right away. There's a method to the madness of what to open when, what to mix together, what to do on Pale Tools, what to do on Fujini, what to do on Companion App, what to do on console. When you say, is the pack weight going to be better on Friday? For packing 99s, probably not. For getting more footies per pack, probably. You put in also any previously packed A7 pluses through the game cycle. If it's a 87 plus non-special card that can be used in the 8510, I would say yes to a majority. Unless we're doing the on-off method. Get a lot of rage quits on Tuesday? Oh, I didn't notice that was a double footies. Nice. Sick. Oh. Got my hands back. Oh shoot, I didn't get I didn't put Taco Bell sauce on this. 1 second. Un momento, por favor. popped open a Corona too, boys. Got a Corona, a nice bowl of chicken, beans, cheese, sour cream. Beautiful. Muy bien. Solamente hable inglés, pero yo hablé español sí. Pero la comida de México, muy bien. Solamente tomar alcohol. Once a month, maybe. Pero MumboElite is a must. Very good, muy bien. Pack grind could not be done without it. Don't know why I bother. Never pack anyone, even worth my bench. I mean, the thing is, though, isn't like perspective very important in that? Like, what you're saying right now, like, you're gonna pack no one worth making your bench, this, none of that. In like a month from now, we're gonna have starter teams with players that we're playing gameplay for like a gold pack. That's going to pack absolutely no one in it, but we are going to absolutely love it because it's the start of the year. And in my opinion, one of the most fun times, especially for gameplay. Dude, Prem looks like it's going to have so many good starter squad players. I'm super excited for that. What are you guys going for outside of maybe like your RTGs? Like when I say maybe Evo RTGs, like maybe I'm doing Sunderland, for example. I'm doing my Sunderland Evo RTG, where I can't use the Sunderland players until I pack them. So that RTG is going to start once I get a full starting 11 for them and continue packing the other ones. I can't just buy them and Evo them. But when it comes to like the other squads I'm going to rock, I think I'm going to make a Prem hybrid early on, because obviously if I pack a Sunderland player, they can play in the Prem one, but then I can buy a bunch of like the player of the month once it comes out, cheap beasts. You got 70 regular provisions and 10 repeatables? Nice, Vaughn. Get those numbers up, brother. You got it, man. I believe in you. Only doing an RTG next season, no FC points? No FC points outside of the pre-order, or did you not pre-order? Because I'm doing no buying FIFA points too. I do that every year. Usually, unless like I owe you guys a giveaway or something. Or if you guys want me to do a huge pack opening. Which I don't think we've even done in the past few years. A few years ago, I know we got like a huge dono for that, but usually it's just pre-order points. Are you asking me personally what's the max I would put in? Or are you asking because you want to know what you should put up to for provisions? If you're struggling to ever consistently have the number go up, I'd put as high as you can outside of the requirement cards and not feel bad about it in the slightest. Once you have like a good foundation, I usually do up to 94. 94 is my cutoff because like the 95s I do pack, there's so few of like the team of the years that will pop up that I get in my dupe storage that they're not going to take up much space, so I don't need to. I might eventually go in and deal with them, but Yeah. No buying FC points, and the points I do get are going for Evos. Nice. Much appreciated. I believe in you as well, brother. Thanks, man. It's the best thing to spend pre-season tokens on. Depends on your situation. If you guys are already struggling with the menu grind somehow, the 8210 looks very spicy for helping you out get very easy packs and fodder. But if you want more of a gamble, if you're searching for a 99, might be worth saving those up. I don't think right now there's really much to spend on. We're kind of waiting for more points anyways. So, something to keep in mind, guys. I don't know if you're paying attention to the amount of exchanges we have versus the other stuff we've been making. We have, if we combine exchanges and 8510s, we had 0 exchanges, I believe, when we started the stream, and around 700 of the 8510s. We're now approaching 650 8510s. We have well over, what was it? We just hit 60. Well over the difference is starting to go towards exchanges. So the more 8510s I open, probably the more, even more exchanges I'll make, which is even more cards to continue recycling through. $855 8510s. It's gonna be 1,000. It was supposed to be 1,000 plus by the end of the week. I genuinely think we hit it tomorrow. I have a very good feeling we hit this tomorrow. We're gonna end soon? Nope, we're gonna be live for a long time still. Or at least that's the plan. Bet. Alright, we probably need to start making 8510s again. With the amount of footage cards filling up. Let me do... I mean, we could probably honestly just do low to high for dupe storage and clear that almost instantly. Hasegawa, Ederson. I'm going to say something that might not be a complete thought at first, but sounds potentially super weird, but I absolutely love. I don't know if anyone else relates. Whether it comes to watching football or like sometimes it'll be like with gameplay with Ultimate Team 2. I'll take, for example, a country like Japan. First of all, I love Japanese culture and like things like anime too. But like the style of football that Japanese players play, the emphasis they put on education when it comes to dribbling. I love the idea of finding a bunch of like young Japanese talent and developing them either in career mode or like potentially the chance of like evoing them or seeing cool promo cards that way. Is there a either random nation or a specific nation that comes to mind for you guys when it comes to like a specific footballing trait that you find very appealing? For me, it's Japanese dribblers, Australian defenders, South American wingers, show team. I got to Evo some more of my bench. I don't play much. That's insane, the amount when it comes to packs. So impatient. I need to open them when I have like 10 seconds. But the thing is, like, we only have this many packs because we open packs. Obviously, we're saving a bulk of like the 8510s, but the reason we have this many 8510s is because we've been opening 8510s. We haven't opened it to the amount I want to, but still. All right, now we got to really start recycling, boys. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open a few footies packs to get a mix more of different things in my dupe storage, of some lower end rated mixed with some higher end, so maybe different specials that pop up. And then we're going to do probably 86 to 80 most recent. We're just going to spam 8510s. If you open the packs, your team will be 100 times better. I mean, nothing in packs would improve my Sunderland RTG. Like 99 Cruyff isn't in that team because it's not a Sunderland player or a former Sunderland player. This first your video. Salute to the Premium League SBC, and I missed the jump goal. Dude, I'm so glad you caught that at the end, brother. Oh my gosh, guys. I almost cried at the end of the video today, man. I wasn't even going to put that in there. I was literally just looking around. I'm like, is there anything else we got to say? We got some SBCs going away. And then, bro, I low-key kind of got emotional, man. Man enough to say it. Thought about crying there for a second. Dude, so many good memories, man. But you want to know the crazy thing, though? We felt the same exact way when it came to the CONMEBOL Libertadores when they were the black cards a few years ago in FIFA 22. We felt that way about that SBC. We used to feel that way about the CSL. We used to feel that way. Remember the first year we had exchanges in 24? And during Black Friday, we got this single 85 exchange for a gold players pack. And we're like, this is stupid. But then Team of the Year, we got all the other ones. And then everyone's like, this is horrible pack weight. What's the point of doing these? But then we saw when you could recycle it into other stuff and just buy them out, how good they were for making coins and fodder recycling. It became the greatest thing ever. To then the next year, when we didn't have the same exact exchanges, we're like, we missed this. RIP to this. But then we got an even better potential exchange system later in the year. That 8320 was insane for the 88 exchange. Like, even if we don't get the premium mix again, even with the new SBC system, if we get League SBCs or a menu grind, it's mainly all that and nothing of what it used to be. There's still going to be something, no matter how good or bad it is, that we look back to and we're going to be like, dang, man, I missed that. Can you show real team? That is my real team, brother. What are you talking about? FC25 exchanges clear these ones. I agree, but this year's premium mix clears last year's premium mix. No competition, in my opinion. Dude, time's flown by today, man. Kat, are you just asking for my best pack pulls? Is that what you're looking for? They're on screen if you're looking for them. But, like, the team that my Cruyff is in is literally just the 99s I've packed and the 98s. I don't consider that a team because I don't play with them, if that makes sense. When I play gameplay, it's with my Sunderland squad. When would you say I should start building 8510s? Like, at what part? If you have very few 8510s, I would start building immediately. I guess I'm not understanding what you're saying. Like, at what point should you go back to building them and the recycle? Is that your question? Like, if you already opened 8510s, you have your exchanges and you're making exchanges in the other stuff, At what point should you go back to the 8510s? Yeah, okay, so you have a few levels. So you see me right now. I'm nowhere near through opening my 8510s. Obviously, I still have like 700 to go. And I have like 60 exchange packs. But you see I have a bunch of footies filling up my club. So I can make 8510s with the footies. But if I only open 8510s, I only have 85s and 86s outside of what was put into exchanges. So I opened a few exchange packs to sprinkle in some lower rateds so that we could not only easily make the 8510s, but more closer to the 84 rating. Outside of doing this, we could also be building a bunch of Team of the Week upgrades. The only reason I'm building these 8510s right now instead of Team of the Week upgrades is because we have the footies cards in our dupe storage. If these footies cards weren't in the dupe storage and it was just mainly all these gold rares, I'd be doing the same exact thing, but with the 84 rating for the Team of the Week upgrade. We'd be building out a crap ton of Team of the Week upgrades to recycle back into 8510s. And then the cycle continues over and over. Now in my head, I'm thinking I really should finish champs. I didn't realize how late it was. Now, again, mathematically, when we look at this, it's a little more than 1-to-1, but we're going to say is low to 1-to-1. Let's say every 8510 I can do is a single exchange. It's going to be more than that because mathematically that's already that case. I would theoretically have over 700 exchanges I could make. Think about over 700 of these, how many footies, Team of the Season FOFs I would already get back. But then think about 700 exchange packs, bare minimum. That's, what, probably well over 1,585 doubles. That's over 780 plus times 5s. Think about how many footies, FOFs, Team of the Seasons we get in those. Think about the fodder, the amount of Team of the Weeks we could make. Probably 1,000 plus in that alone. Like, the number's only going to continue going higher if we stay with this grind. 658? I know, I'm sorry. It's a little low right now. I will try. The goal is to be 1,000 by the end of the week. I think we can do it by tomorrow. Just want to chill at this time? Do it then. Sit back, relax. Crack open some 8510s. You earned it, man. You attempted foot champs. Reward yourself. Yep, John, let me know if you have any other questions, buddy. Some things are easier to explain on stream because you can kind of see it in real time of what we're doing. Other things are the better in the video, obviously, with the step-by-step tutorials. We're like specifically explaining the in-depth reason behind why we're grinding a certain way. But if you catch on to the videos, every single video I try to teach you guys one lesson, no matter what it is. I'm trying to get you guys all to a point where you're at so many packs to begin with that you're so far removed from the start of any grind that you can just endlessly spam and not have to think much about it. Do you use auto SBC? No, I do not. Alright, probably need to make some more exchanges too. Because those are starting to creep up again. I'm on 3 wins, 1 loss right now. I might skip it this weekend. On my RTG, got 9 wins. Nice. All right, actually what I'm going to do, speaking of, you said auto SBC. Let me check if I'm companion app and web app unbanned. Real quick. We'll see if we can clear this a lot faster. 1 second, boys. All right, I'm going to test first companion app. So we did the PS4, PS5 method and got myself unbanned 4 times today on each companion and web app. So I wouldn't be surprised if I'm basically done for the day on these. That wouldn't shock me. Okay, can I make an 80 plus times 5 on the companion app? Nope, I'm still SBC banned on there. Can I go to the web app and make a pack on the web app? We'll see if we're still SBC banned in here. I'm curious. Let me know how many 8510s you guys think you've opened and how many 99s you've gotten from them so far. I've made over 800. We've opened probably 150, 200 of those. And I've gotten 0 99s from them yet. Crap ton of 98s. Okay, we're still soft banned on there too. Okay. So I gotta stay on console. Wish I could switch version on Steam. 200 099s. Also too, if you guys like beans, what is your favorite type of bean? I think, or type of beans thing to have. I love refried beans, personally. They are wonderful. $207 099s, Foot Genie. English baked beans are goated. Are baked beans on what? Is that what usually is on beans on toast? Is baked beans? Coffee beans are what's on beans on toast? What are coffee beans? Or are you saying coffee beans are your favorite? That makes more sense. I was gonna say, I'm like, what? Raw coffee beans on top of your bread? Are you okay, sir? With cheese on top? I think it was last year or the year before. We tried beans on toast on stream, and it was a ton of fun. It was a magical experience. So quick, so cheap, it's so good. That's the perfect combo, though. You being confused? Sorry, I asked multiple questions, so my head already went to what was the beans you put on top of bread for beans on toast, and then when I heard coffee beans, my first actual reaction when I heard that was like, is there a different type of coffee bean than what I'm thinking? Because I'm thinking of like a coffee bean that you roast. I'm like, is there a different type of some coffee bean I've gone my whole life without? But then remembering I asked the original question of favorite type of bean makes way more sense. It takes a second sometimes to process, man. It's the, you know, the distance between the US and EU just... There's a little lag, right? You guys ask a question from the UK. It takes a little time to process. Back and forth. The 94 icon got me Vidic as your best. Nice. Sick. Cold, as the kids say. By the way, whose celebration is it? Is it Palmer's or is it... Why am I blanking on his name now? I see his face right now. Why am I blanking on his name? We just talked about him before. Morgan Rogers, yes. See, I knew it. You said Rogers, and I knew it was Morgan. See, it's the leg, I'm telling you. It's the leg. Oh, whoa, hey, hello. Oh, I don't have a special in. What do we want to chuck in here? Did we put it in Team of the Week already? The dupe storage one? We did. Rogers did it first, but Palmer made it famous. Actually, Pele did it back in the day. It just wasn't recorded, alright? They stole it from Pele. Also, you can't beat it when you make the perfect cup of tea. Okay, if I were in the US to make the most British type of tea possible, what would be the tea brand that I should go for? And what is kind of the way I should drink it? Like, usually with coffee, I drink coffee straight black. I do like with creamer and stuff in it too, but just basic, I can do straight black. With tea, I've heard people put milk in the tea, but for some reason, I know it probably tastes good. I just can't imagine tea with milk in it. That seems like an interesting combo. But if there's a tea brand and you put milk together, it makes it like wonderful. I want the most British tea possible. I will, next time I go to the store, which is going to be this weekend, I'll buy it and I'll try it on stream. Actually, you know what? I need to ask you guys another question too. Do you guys know who Tony Mowbray is? He's the manager right now for Blackburn. Used to play there as a player, managed there before too. He was Sunderland's manager at one point. Yorkshire tea. Let me see what they have. But no, anyways, so Tony Mowbray, he's an old lad, super loving guy. He's obsessed with chocolate. So the reporters always ask him about chocolate, and he has his favorite type of chocolate. And it starts with an R. but I'm blanking on the chocolate. Can you guys help me? Because I want to try that one in the store. The chocolate starts with an R. Okay, Yorkshire tea. Assuming we have Yorkshire tea. Any on the shelf? I see delivery options. As soon as tomorrow. Okay, so we must have it. No, I think it's a British type of chocolate. Like a British brand, potentially. It's, I think of it like Cadbury's, but... What's it called? I might just have to go to Blackburn's page. Rebels? Is it Rebels? Does that sound familiar? Revels. I think it's Revels. Revels chocolate. He's obsessed. He talks about it all the time. Like, he was answering questions about the game and, like, different things about the team. Then they asked him about chocolate, and he just went on a... I need to find it. Rolos are British? I've had Rolos before. Rolos are good. Are you opening your 8510s? I am opening the 8510s, but I am doing it to get the number even higher, if that makes sense. So, yes and no. People put milk in first should go straight to jail. Think they are Mumbo? I'm not too sure. Anyways, I want to try that chocolate. But if there's any other, like, British delicacies you want me to try to pick up, let me know. I did Cadbury before. I think 2 years ago. We tried that on stream. Last year we did beans on toast. Tea bag first, sugar, water, then milk. Okay, when you make a tea, when you use a tea bag, are you getting a kettle out and steaming water, putting the tea bag in and dumping the steaming hot piping water on top of it, or are you using the machine with the K-cups? Like, are you getting hot water out of one of those? Not a fan of chocolate? I might just ban you because you said that, Gary. That's horrific. Like, if you would have said, like, I try not to eat chocolate often, it's not that healthy. That's one thing. Not a fan of chocolate, brother. There might be something wrong with you. I don't know. You seem like a great lad, but I don't know. Let me guess. You're from Birmingham. Please tell me you're not from Birmingham. Please. Or please not be Scouse. One of the two. Or dessert. Okay, so you're not a fan of desserts in general. That's fine. That makes sense. You probably just maybe not a fan of sweet things. Understandable. That makes a lot more sense. I'm more of a sweets fan, candy for American here, than a chocolate fan. I will say, I feel like being an American talking about, like, desserts is, like, a different level than, like, British people talking about desserts. Like, someone might say, like, you know, what would even be a comparison? It's like someone not having caffeine in the UK and saying like, oh yeah, I'm just not a fan of like how caffeine makes me feel as a drug. But then it's like someone sticks a needle in your arm of heroin. You just get hit with a heroin high. It's like, oh wow, I've never experienced this before. That's how I feel like sugar and processed food is in the US. Just highly addictive. Even the most basic things just become an insane addiction. Just out of nowhere. Welcome back, brother. Oh, dude, licorice? Okay, licorice is one of those foods. Okay, I'm not a fan of licorice in general. Black licorice, though. I don't know who made that. The most disgusting candy ever. I'm not an olive fan. I eat basically any food. Olives, for some reason, I cannot do. I don't know why. Black olives, green olives, none of olives I'm a fan of. Licorice, like if it's, was it the cherry licorice, I can kind of do it, but I would never go to a shop and say, you know what I'm feeling right now? Licorice. Licorice is one of those things that I end up eating because it's either the only thing available or someone gave it to me. I'm never going out of my way to try to have it. Flip-flop. No offense, you deserve prison time, bro. East London? Olives, yes, with spaghetti and wine. Dude, what? Alright, now I'm questioning you. Alright, boys, we might be close to actually having some space in the club. We're almost there. People that like licorice are 46 to 80 years old. Mothers from Doncaster. Is Doncaster even in the football professional pyramid, or are they National League now? Or are they hovering around League 2? I feel like I haven't heard of Doncaster in ages. Black licorice is an absolute crime to consume. Execution worthy. Okay, so perfect example, boys, right? Let's just do simple math. We started with 700 today. We had 0 provision packs. Just off of just pure footies, team of the season, FOF, and inform dupe storage recycle. Not even the ones in my club. We're back up to 670. You see how easy it is to build these out? Imagine if I opened these 65, made more Team of the Weeks. We made 49 Team of the Weeks as well. Can't remember if we started with any. I think we maybe had 29, so maybe we've made 20. But like, you see how just off the Team of the Weeks alone, we'd be basically back at that number anyways? It's literally that easy. Should you only put dupe storage players into the provisions? No, I would put every club one in the provisions too, because if you're only doing dupe storage, your dupe storage is instantly going to fill back up. If you're trying to do dupe storage first on console, though, I like doing most recent. That way it's a good mix of the two. I do storage all, most recent, within that range usually. So that's how I clear a lot of my 85s. Is that double footies? Triple special card that's needed for the next 8510. I'm telling you, boys, they put something in these packs today, man. Have you tried freezing grapes? I actually just had frozen grapes yesterday as my pregame snack before I missed the volley at the top of the box. It's nearly 1 a.m. My area, but fancy KFC bucket. Okay, KFC bucket. Explain to me what you're ordering, what's your side, and what's your drink. I don't know what piece, but you got to get a good mix of pieces. You got to get some thighs. You got to get some breasts. You got to get some drums. If it were me, I'd probably order a 12-piece or something of that. Fill it up. Sides. I haven't been to KFC in a minute. Do they have cornbread over there? Got to get some sort of bread. Sweet tea is the drink or a diet soda. Either way. Nando's is unmatched. Bro, this is back-to-back packs with multiple cards in it that work. New unlimited method, boys? New unlimited method? If I order KFC, your side is coleslaw. I have a hot take with coleslaw. It's not the hot take you think. I know there's a lot of people who actually don't like coleslaw. I love coleslaw. I do not think coleslaw should be considered a side, though. I think coleslaw is a necessity. It should never be included as a side. Like when you go to a fish fry, whenever you get fried fish, it should always come with coleslaw. That shouldn't be a side. You should be able to get like a baked potato as your side. Or if you want fries or chips, crisps, you should be able to get that as your side. Coleslaw should be an automatic. If you don't want it, you can take it off. They don't have to give it to you. But it's like if you order fries, the assumption is it's going to come with ketchup, or they're going to give you it or ask you for it. You need coleslaw. Gravy is a great option. Now, there's hit or miss opinions on gravy. I'm someone who loves gravy on a ton of different foods. Like in America, Thanksgiving, I can pour it on my whole dish. Doesn't matter what it is. The turkey, the potatoes, the stuffing. I'll put gravy on it all. Same with the cranberry sauce. What is your guys' level of putting gravy onto something? I feel like meats... I mean, I just explained like a Thanksgiving plate. All that makes sense. I'm trying to think what... I feel like gravy on top of beans would be phenomenal. I feel like that would be a... what do you call those carts you guys have in the UK? A spud? Is it the spud cart? Where he records making you your spud in front of you. You get to put anything you want on it. How do you dip a fry? Depends on the type of fry we're talking about. If it's a McDonald's fry, I don't think there's really dipping that's needed. It's salty enough and small enough and crunchy enough where I can eat it just like that. If it's a Red Robin fry, it's a nice thick long one. It's probably piping hot in the middle. I'd have to break it in half and kind of let it air out. I'll either then break it into two and dip one in the ketchup. If it's Red Robin, though, I usually do it with campfire sauce. Or you do the break it in half, it still sticks together, and you dip it both in together and eat it. If it's a like Taco Bell type fry, where it's like a nacho fry, I'd dip it in nacho cheese. Actually, no, I take that back. If it's a standard fry, I dip it standard in ketchup, like down and out. If it's a nacho fry, I'm almost treating it like a chip and salsa. I'm like scooping it a bit. And I'll even like, I'll use it as like I'm an artist and I have a paintbrush. I'll take that nacho cheese I'll scoop it and I'll like rub it on a burrito. I'll take a bite of a burrito, then I'll like paint on the nacho cheese on top of it. Gravy's good at almost everything. I agree. Dude, what? Guys, open your 8510s right now. We're cooking, boys. Actually, we just got Bruno. We're not cooking. I take that back. We always use chili sauce as a dipping for fries in Malaysia. Fantastic. You know who has the right idea of fries, even though as a country, I somewhat have to not like them because I'm American. Specifically US American. Canada, man. Canada has their poutine, their fries, their cheese curds, their gravy. That sounds phenomenal, but it's Canada, right? The headquarters of EA. Poutine, EA, poutine, EA, Canada. Bro, has like the last 10 of these packs had at least a single card we could put right back in? Why am I building Team of the Weeks anymore? I've said enough. Next pack's going to be all golds. You Americans hate everything from Canada? No. No. Davies is phenomenal. Love him. I hear poutine a lot. Poutine is, it's Poutine, I believe is how you spell it. It's a dish where I think I'm remembering it correctly. It has gravy in it for sure, but I'm pretty sure it's fries, cheese curds, gravy. Let me look it up. What is in poutine? Poutine is a famous Canadian comfort food originating from Quebec in the late 1950s. Consists of three things: crispy fries, fresh cheese curds that soften slightly under the heat, and a rich, warm brown gravy. So yeah, those three. I will say, I feel like US could do a much better job at poutine than Canada. More in particular, I feel like the Midwest could, in particular Wisconsin. If you took Wisconsin cheese curds and Wisconsin cheese in general and had poutine with it, I bet it'd be even better than Canada's. You know, next time I go to Culver's, maybe I try that. Maybe I make my own poutine. I ask for gravy, their fries, and then cheese curds. Yeah, dude, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, Putin? You mean poutine? Same difference. Sometimes my spelling ain't the greatest. My speaking is never the greatest. You hear me stream enough, I will mispronounce every word known to man. I don't have a speech impediment, but if I stream long enough, I don't know if you guys have ever seen that happen. I'll have like a word that I just run into, and for some reason, I just cannot spit it out. I like be in the middle of talking, and then just out of nowhere, I'll be like, You packed Footies Lacazette just now? Nice. Endrick probably was in the crowd to witness all the Pele World Cups. Probably. Dude, guys, the pack weight is crazy for everything but 99s. Double Footies. Let's go. W. Trip 4. 4 cards, boys. Gold. Almost half the pack. If you're a natural fast talker like I am, if you stutter, you may as well have a casket. Dude, you know what? I'm going to say something I almost take back ever making fun of them. Because I think they have the right idea. I'm a fast talker too, and I notice when I talk fast, that's usually when I stutter the most. But when that happens, it sounds horrific. I've given a lot of crap to the Scouse accent. That probably is so freeing, just saying whatever you want as fast as you want, and not having a single person outside of other Scouse people know what you're saying. You're not impressing anyone, you're just like living your life. That probably feels amazing. The Scouse accent grinds my gears. The Scouse accent literally sounds like gears grinding. That's what it sounds like. No disrespect. If we have any Scouse in here. Love the south of England. Not as much as the northeast, but I love it. It sounds like my nun's dishwasher. Yeah, the only difference is your nan probably actually has some silverware. Most of the Scouts haven't had any in a while. Outside of Liverpool, maybe. I mean, no, Liverpool's recent success, I guess you could say that. That's more of an Everton joke. The thought was there, alright? I didn't think it through. The Scouts team only has won the Prem like 5 times in the last 10 years. My bad. Scouse accent sounds like the news reporter from Bruce Almighty when he was making those sounds. Have you ever watched? It's been a while since I've seen it, but you know, I was gonna say Scooby-Doo. What's the Snoopy teacher? I don't know if the teacher has a name, but you know, like when you watch Snoopy, and like they're in the classroom, and the teacher's like, that's how a Scouts person sounds. Or like, if you've ever seen those videos of like, this is what English sounds like to someone who can't speak English. And it's like someone saying a bunch of words that sounds like you should be able to understand, but you can't understand it at all. That's what it sounds like too. What happened to your pack weight? It's varying off. We are keeping up for a while. I think we're still positive, but Scouse accents sound like Windows XP factory restarting. But also too, just for kind of like context, why I also tell you guys to build up packs. We started on just above 700 today. We are now down to 656 with these other packs that we made. We haven't even started the other parts of the recycle. So when I say, like, the more packs you have, the better this is, the bare minimum should be 50 to 100 of these 8510s, right? You should realistically be able to build up and enjoy that freedom of not having to necessarily go right from an 8510 into another 8510. You should be able to sit here and spam these and then worry about the recycle once things start filling up. And the more packs you have with this, the more control you have for that process too. The Old Queen's language is the best English language. How many different variants of English are there for accents within the UK? It's like, I know in the US, like if you're down south, it sounds different having a southern accent than like a Midwest accent in Wisconsin. Don't you know? Oh yeah. I mean, I love the method at all, but I don't know if it's just me being an employee. But me casually ripping 8510s and 84 PPs has me packing 899s. Part of that's probably an EA employee. But what makes this grind in particular, I feel like, the best is we're now at the point where the quality of pack is keeping up with the level of grind. For the longest of time, it wasn't that great of a quality of pack, but the grind has always been there. So it feels like we've been building up a bench of packs that are never going to pack us anything. Versus now, it's like we're endlessly getting stuff. It just so happens to be the case, though, for us to feel like it being worth it, we need to get a 99 eventually. If you would tell me I packed 500 Team of the Years, and I put every single one into an SBC, and you didn't tell me the time I packed it, I would have looked at you and been like, what are you doing, man? Why are you complaining? You packed every Team of the Year and Team of the Year icon multiple times, and you're upset? Explain how that's a bad thing. R9 and Dino are probably the two most expensive 99s in the game. You packed them both. How much do they go for? Like, when you say the most expensive, are they a few mil right now? Is everything that cheap, or are they still like 5-10 mil-ish? They must be under 11 mil, because the one guy was telling me earlier, he asked why I wasn't just buying R9. Mumbo, why don't you just buy the card? Oh! Dude, you know what? Oh my gosh. I've made over 25 million coins this year, liquid at a time. It never occurred to me. Guys, I could have just bought whatever card I wanted to. Crazy. You're telling me this for the first time? Where were you months ago? You should have told me that months ago, bro. I could have bought the whole Team of the Year. What was I doing? Oh my goodness. That thought never occurred to me. Yeah, buying the card's boring. There's a difference. Because, like, here's the thing. Maybe this would make sense to someone. A meta walkout early game of Ultimate Team that I pack first owner, untradeable, that I can't afford with coins, is infinitely more fun, in my opinion, than the best cards in the game later on that I could afford every single one. There's like the reward aspect, but also like the value aspect. Like, whenever they come out with a 99 SBC, I can do the 99 rated SBCs, no problem, very quickly. But I don't want to do them because everyone can do them. The same thing is true with like the swaps, for like icon swap players. It's like, if everybody has access to them, it makes me not want to do it. Because if everyone has the ability to get an R9, R9's somewhat meaningless. But like next year, Pina's a 89 rated card. You're not going to be able to really Evo Pina early on. She's going to be probably $1 million plus coins. People aren't going to be able to afford Pina, right? She's going to be priced out of everyone's budget. So the terrorism that Pina is going to cause next year is going to be a crazy level from very few people. But it's going to feel so much more worse. The fact Raya isn't 89 is mad. What is he, an 88? Which, speaking of that, I saw Foot Sheriff put out a bunch of different team ratings. Did he put out Sunderland's? Or did he skip Sunderland's? I saw he did Newcastle's. Silas is down to 78 pace is crazy. I see the Granit Xhaka card for being a top Prem player. I'm not seeing Sunderland. Sunderland FC 27 rating. Do you know if anyone's posted the Sunderland's official ratings? I only see Xhaka's. Dude, I never understand how they do pace. I'm convinced if you go to the Bundesliga and you're a winger, you instantly get hit with a pace deduction the following year. Because didn't they do the same thing to, was it Gnabry that did that too when he went to Bayern? Or am I thinking of someone else? Brian Brobby's an 84? Wait, where'd you see his card? Wait, are they on FUTTIES? Hold on. If I would FUTGG have them? Does FUTGG have 27 cards? Guys, do you know if one of the sites has them? And if so, which one? If someone can confirm a site, I'll pull it up and we'll find. Berto G went from 66 pace to 59. Isn't Xhaka like a 45 pace or something? I saw one that was just outrageously low. I'm excited to see Coventry's ratings too. I'm excited to see all their ratings. Each of the newly promoted team will have a decent amount of golds. Brobby and Xhaka are the only two confirmed Sunderlands. Was Xhaka in the top Prem? Did I just miss him? Top MLS. Top Serie A. La Liga ratings. Yamal's a 90. Oh my goodness. Pedri, Bellingham are also 90s. Mbappe's a 91. Vinny's an 89. Rafinha's an 88. Kerbasi's an 86. Dang. The matchup looks insane. For like a starting midfielder. Munier's a 78. Yeah, I saw Munier's. I didn't see where the Brobby one was. Oh, the top 50? Wait, are we sure Brobby's an 84? I'm not seeing him on the 84s listed. I see it getting as low as 83 for the top 50. I see Xhaka's an 85. I Cherky gain a +5 overall and lose pace. Did they increase his dribbling? What's the Friday game? Arsenal Coventry? Dude, okay, so newly promoted teams. Arsenal plays Coventry. Hull plays United at MCAM Stadium. And then Sunderland's on the road at Ipswich. So, That's going to be a good opening weekend, man. His dribbling's a 91. I was going to say anything under 90 for him is criminal. And that's as a Sunderland fan, as he just tore apart our defense and Trevellaed an assist. Sent Alderete and Ballard to the absolute cleaners. Jargi Sharky is currently the most entertaining player in the league. Depends on what you find entertainment in. If we're saying the most entertaining dribbler in the league, and like just overall like personality and like everything together, maybe. I would say part of what made that even more entertaining is knowing he's kind of like an anti-Pep player, and kind of the dynamic between the two of them of how he still respected Pep, but was good enough where it's like he could get away with crap like that, where other players wouldn't. Now that Pep's no longer the manager, I think that changes the dynamic a little bit. If Maresca gives him more freedom, I think it's going to make him in general an even better player, but I think also too it's going to make him a different player as well. Like, he's not going to be in the same headspace. Playstyle eye test is my entertainment. Gotcha. I would say Araujo's going to be the biggest eye test player. Araujo, I saw all the Barca fans when the transfer happened. They were celebrating getting rid of Araujo, and then he made a mistake for Liverpool in their preseason game, and then made it up and had an insane play next to Van Dijk. And then some Liverpool supporter said something after like the game. They're like, I take back anything I said. Araujo seems like an absolute beast. And that's one of the Barca fans quoted, and they're like, this is step 2 in the Araujo process. Wait till tier 3. He starts horrific, then you think he's amazing, then he gets even worse somehow. All I know is my FPL is never going to see Araujo. Not because I think Araujo is going to do better in FPL. I'm not touching FPL this year. Sure, you would probably body fade him into a South London. True! So true, King. $1K done, 0.99s, wasting our time here. Redacted. You didn't see? EA made a statement and said it's in the 1,001st one. You just don't want it bad enough, man. That's what I've noticed about you. You just, I don't know, man. Ever since your surgery, bro. Ever since they put you on drugs. Seems like you just have a lot of excuses, man. I remember the old Redacted would be excited that it was a challenge. Excited. The harder, the better. No diddy. Now what, you're complaining that just 1,000 packs can get you a 99? Are we forgetting team of the year, brother? We're in like 5 to 10K range. Speaking of that, what happened? What I most of the 99s I'm getting are in the 95 PP. Just got Modric. A little worried. I'm not sure it's a big deal, but I think I took a second oxy only 3 hours apart. Not for, I don't know if that's a big deal or not. I would maybe have the hospital on speed dial. I'm not sure, but it might be. Call the hospital and ask if this affects your menu grind at all. Say, hey, I'm grinding the FC26 menus, and they're like, "What?" And you say it again. I'm grinding the FC26 menus. I'm like, what? And you're like, so it's this video game, and then the person goes, no, I know what that is. It's August though. Why don't you go touch grass? You're playing this game, in particular the menus in August? Yeah, come in immediately. We need to do a brain scan. We're afraid there may be nothing up there. We gotta run some tests to find out for sure. FIFA and gym mats. True! You know what the best part is? Bro, you want to know the combo? I'll put you guys on game. Take your pre-workout right before you leave to the gym. Grind the menus a little bit more on console. Make sure you log out. Intro cardio before you start your workout. Do some packs on the companion app or web app on your phone. In between sets, open 5 to 10 85-10s and start recycling. Minute or two passes, next set. Quickest workout of your life. It'll be like an hour plus in the gym. You won't even realize it. Yeah, I want to submit all that. Can't believe I forgot to change it. That would have been bad. Back 99 Wilson? Nice. I can say no. Wait, no, that's a different Wilson. Never mind. I thought you were going to say Callum Wilson, but then I remembered he's a objective card. You got Sophia. Queen Sophia. When are you going to open the Team of the Weeks? I still have a little less than 75 Team of the Weeks in the club, so I don't want to open the ones I have now because I'll get a lot of dupes. I'm probably going to build out the 200 Team of the Weeks before I start opening them. I have 150. They're going up. Nice. That's a couple less than I have, but we're basically on the same page. I'm right around there. Doctors don't know you're going for the R9s, the Bales, and the KDBs. Mummy Sophia. You know what? I want to... Should I do like a woman 11 next year? Should I rock all the American Queens for Weekend League? I think that's what I've been doing wrong with Weekend League. I've been taking it too serious from the standpoint of like I need to go on and get wins or like do well and perform. Why don't I just rock the sweatiest females and have a blast, knowing that I'm making someone upset on the other team? Pickett goalkeeper, here we go. Right, I'm really of now. Night all. See you, buddy. Have a good night, man. Thank you for stopping by. Pilgrim? He's not American. Our difference is I can't be asked to build them on console, so I'm just doing 600 a day. Gotcha. I'm usually not bothered to do it on console either, but I un-SBC banned myself 4 times on the web app and companion app today, so I think I found a limit. One hand, no problem. Bro, I wonder, has anyone tried with the Pickett in game? What happens when you shoot near her hand? Like, does it deflect at all? Or does in-game even show her with one hand? Yesterday did 418 on the web app. Did not get the ban. Stopped because I got tired. Yeah, you guys ask for SBC bans to be removed. I don't think you guys realize what the grind becomes when they do get removed. Any excuse people previously had goes out the window when the SBC bans get removed. The level of grinding we reach with no SBC ban is so degenerate, it scares me sometimes. Like, think about the grind we've already been doing. Could you imagine this without a limit? Oh my gosh. I would be terrified. Yo, Mumbo, how are you on 150,085 tens? Yesterday you were only on 25,000. What happened? The grind happened. What, you haven't seen my how to make 10,000 plus packs video? Brother, if you're not going to watch the video of the unlimited of the unlimited of the unlimited unlimited, how are you supposed to understand how to do the unlimited unlimited grind? Come on, man. Let's get on the same page here, please. Let's take the grind seriously for once. Only thing we're missing is World Cup cards and packs, which I think a lot of those FOFs are coming for preseason and multiple footies teams at the same time too, I believe. So we could be eating extremely good on Friday. The grind could be getting even crazier. Girl actually has a second arm, which is made of glass. Wait, are we thinking of the same person? I'm thinking of the left back. I think her name's also Pickett. Unless it's a different name. There's an American defender who has one arm. Now that the 27 ratings are being glazed, I think we're past the point of them talking about much at 26. Oh, you are about the left? Okay. A doctor doesn't know how hard it is to try to pack a 9909. But what you don't understand so one of the things that you guys haven't seen yet, which a lot of this is going to happen in the background because it's the less sexy version, and this happens a lot on Companion app and Foot Genie as well. All these footies provisions get spammed open into more Team of the Week packs and more 80 plus times 5 and 85 doubles. I'll be able to get hundreds at this rate. And these Team of the Week packs should easily be able to build up now. Because now that we're mixing these together, I'll probably be able to get to 100. If I say now, if I don't get SBC banned, I should easily be able to get to 100 plus Team of the Weeks right here. I remember being a literal child, like I was in middle school, I was like 10 years old, playing online FIFA and throwing my controller when I would concede a goal. Yeah, I think I'd have the exact same reaction nowadays if it happened. And it upset me enough. I don't think much has changed. Why can I? Oh, I'm in the wrong one. I accidentally do that from time to time. I mean, I guess if I'm going to accidentally make an SBC, I'd rather accidentally make an SBC that doesn't meet the requirements than accidentally put, like, a FUTTIES into a Team League upgrade. That wouldn't be as fun. You're joking. Thank you. But any preseason packs you get, in my opinion, should be given to you day one. I don't like how they don't give it to you right away, yeah. I mean, I understand market-wise, having an influx of that many coins early on would most likely lead to problems. So, I can see why they won. I also see why it would maybe, like, keep people on the game a little longer. I mean, if you pre-order the game, what is it, like 2 or 3 weeks later you get the stuff, it's not that crazy. But still. I'm gonna go now. Alright, see you, winner. Have a good night, buddy. The 99 Marquinhos would be good fodder for the Jumbo Gold Pack Mixed League. I like the way you think. That is a fantastic point you bring up. Boom, 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 boom. I love how many 86s we have. How's that not enough? There we go. Maybe I take off the 80s now. Let's do 81. Realistically, should probably only be doing 82s for this and above. But we have so many 85s and 86s. I think we'll be good. Put Emmy Martinez on the goalkeeper Evo and give him 399 stats. Sick. Do it. You won't do it. No balls. Love how that went from like none of the when it was 81 to 86, nothing of 81s and above were popping up besides 85, 86s. Now that we put 80s back in, it was like all 80s. Now it's evening out. Now we're good. Now we're chilling, boys. Now we're cooking. You see how this starts picking up really quickly now? This is where it gets fun. Or I should say even more fun. When you find that good mix, especially on console, all this is infinitely faster on companion app and web app. Especially web app with extensions. But even console, you can find those like happy middles. Alright. How many are we at? 63. Ooh, we easily have this, boys. Easily have it. I haven't even done a single crafting upgrade. 80 plus times 5 or 85 double. Can you imagine if I'm on SBC banned later? How many I'd actually be able to make? It's gonna be crazy numbers. Who's the footies? Is that Sophia? Oh! No, it's not. It's Pilgrim. For a split second. Got my hopes up. So I almost fell for it again, dude. I don't need Pilgrim. EA, stop giving me Pilgrim. Alright, Mirby. I'm gonna take a piss real quick. We're still grinding, boys. Alright. We're back. What are your thoughts on unlimited grind? I don't think it's as good as the unlimited grind, but it's pretty decent. I got a taco handed to me, boys. So good. Street tacos absolutely slap. So good. That's what I should really get for next week. Bunch of fresh vegetables to put on my burritos. Alright. Keep recycling, boys. The grind don't stop. Remember, if you do any of this on web app extensions, very little time compared to this. An outrageously little amount of time compared to this. Now we're in the zone. Now I see what we have and what we need. Now I'm going to open a few 8510s, sprinkle back in. A few 8510s, sprinkle back in. I'll have to make some exchanges at some point too. Parkola. The one time I skip a footies, watch it be a 99. Another footies. W. Alright, so we're on 66 Team of the Week packs. Do another footies prove. Alright. Okay, now you'll notice our dupe storage is starting to fill up on some different things. So for example, we'll have a lot more low-end gold rares start filling this up consistently because we haven't been clearing them. Same with gold commons. So like half of our list is the stuff we've been mixing in, but look at like the 79s and below. Now, a few things we can do with this. We can either instantly clear it and just make a ton of those, or we can do both the grinds together at the same time. So same way we've been getting a lot of the 85s and 86s mixed in with the 80s, if I drop this down to 79, 78, in theory, this should mix relatively well together. Heck yeah, we're getting a lot of exchange cards too. Okay, we should probably clear those as well. Maybe we should have only went down to 1 rating. Three, 6 and 6. Alright. More provision packs. Those. Alright. We'll recycle that. And then we essentially have probably another 30-ish exchanges we could make off of just what we had right there. Like, you can just see how endless this grind is over and over and over and over and over again. It just keeps going. The nice thing about this time through, even though we've been spamming, we probably opened well over 100 8510s just on here. The amount we're going to be able to craft off of that. Think about all the footies we put in our club. the Footies and Team of the Seasons in our dupe storage as well. The Team of the Weeks that we haven't even touched in our club yet. The Team of the Weeks that we've been making that we haven't even put back in. That number is going to be uber high. Did I put in special? Hey, take that off so the golds pop in. So we have a bunch of 88s and 87s in there too. Alright, let's keep grinding. Keep it going! I want to... We have... I think there's somewhere around here. Alright. This is like the Team of the Year grind. We double up, we get another set of headphones. Early morning gaming changed my life. Boom, 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 boom. I wonder if we built out 1,085 doubles and 1,000 80 plus times 5s each, so 2,000 total of those packs. I wonder how many FLF's Team of Seasons footies we'd get in there. Wait, hold on. This guy's a genius. This is actually a great alternative than staying up all night. So true. So, I'm watching this YouTube video of a guy who changed his life by... Instead of staying up late gaming, he wakes up early before like either work or before he starts his day to game. And instead of like him dreading waking up in the morning, it's allowed him to get up earlier, easier, because he knows he has that to look forward to. Imagine waking up early to grind some SBCs. I have to try that. My common golds I get into the dub is insane. I guess I'll start clearing my commons, all of them into A plus. First gold rares and A for gold. Yep. That's why holding them. This is why having more bulk is a good thing too. Because in theory, when I've been making my Team of the Week upgrades in the past, before we had a bunch of 8510s built out, you'll notice I was able to scoot in a ton of extra gold commons because we didn't have as many 8510s built out, and also we could, with that rating range, get a lot of them made easier. Now that we're just kind of like saving those in packs over time, if we're not needing to open the exchange right away, or it's limited the amount we need to open to keep the grind going, we can just sit there and endlessly spam 8510s, and then later build out a crap ton of those packs, and whenever we need them, spam it in. It'll halt it for a little bit, but I think of it as like a different thing altogether. I think of it as like you're doing your weekend league, if that makes sense. Like, you're playing your weekend league game, that's you doing the SBCs you don't want to do, but you know the reward for it's going to be worth it in your opinion, or like whatever objective you're repeating. So like for me, I just like chuck on a YouTube video, throw on something. Usually for me, the companion app's the best way to do it. Like when I'm watching Netflix or YouTube in the evening, I'll just go on my companion app and do low rated gold rares, and I can just spam endless amounts of those very quickly to the 85 doubles. And then since I got rid of all my low end gold rares, if I just do low end gold, I don't even have to click common. It's all going to be commons popping up, and I just spam those. And like the great thing is, the more packs of everything you have, the less this has to be day to day. This could technically be like every few days. If you built, for example, these out until you ran out of 8510s, depending on how many 8510s you had, numbers are going to vary. But like imagine if I just kept this up with my exchanges and my 8510s until I was out of 8510s. I would genuinely probably have thousands of craftings. Stop weekend league 5 weeks from now. Is there any pack in particular you save? Do you open 85-2s or no? I always save and I always open. Meaning, whenever we make things, there's a utility to them. So like, for me, it's normally my crafting upgrades and my 85 doubles when I make them. Each are in the hundreds. And then when I go back in to make, let's say, Team of the Week upgrades, I'll spam those open together in groups to get what I want. You got to think about it from a club perspective. What are you hoping to achieve? So for me, one of the things I'm hoping to achieve is, if I'm making the Team of the Week upgrade, that 84 rating. Okay, if I'm not opening my 8510s right now and I'm trying to achieve that rating, I know my 85 doubles, worst case scenario, will give me 85s and 86s. Anything other than that is already more exchange cards or potential footies, team of the season, so on and so forth. Outside of that, if I spam open my 80 plus times 5s, I'm mixing in a bunch of 80s, 81s, 82s, 83s, 84s with the 85 pluses we're getting. So for me, the way I go about opening them and saving them is kind of with that in mind. As we open the 8510s in exchanges, I'm able to make Team of the Weeks in the front-ish end, but then we're also able to build them in the back-ish end. And you're also you're able to save yourself from having to make Team of the Week upgrades in the back end. Like, let's assume I wasn't making Team of the Week upgrades. If I was just opening 8510s into exchanges and then exchanges into these two, all those special cards you're getting in the meantime could be recycled right back into exchanges, right back into 8510s. It's just the more you have, the crazier it gets. Alright, now we got those made. We could clear the DS a little bit. I can't keep up with the amount of footies and Team of the Seasons I make. Why make Team of the Week upgrades? Are you asking what's the point of making Team of the Week upgrades if you can't keep up with the amount of footies and Team of the Seasons you get? You just answered your own question, buddy. If you're struggling to keep up with it, you need the Team of the Weeks then. Or am I misunderstanding you? Oh, you get too many? So you're saying you don't have to make Team of the Week upgrades because you get too many? That's fine. But I will say having a plethora of Team of the Week upgrades ready to go, if you make them, makes it very easy to make additional packs too. They complement each other very well. So do the 3 times 87 to 90s. Those are super fun to make in bulk. Yamin Lamal. Lamin Yamal. Love the grind vids. Help me a ton. Thanks, man. No problem, buddy. Glad they help. I'm glad you guys like the additional ones on top of like the grinds, because like for the longest time I used to make just like once a month the single grind video, and like it'd cover things that are out at the time but like vaguely address future things. But I didn't think there'd be this big of a market for like, even with an already unlimited grind, step past the step of the step, what to do after this. But that's good to know for the future, man. I'll continue making them for sure. When do you decide to open the 8510s? Is it for the 8586s? So I would ask yourself the question, what is it you're wanting to do? And what is it you have in your club? And what is it you have in your dupe storage? From there, I kind of decide things. So like, is I'm spamming these... What's Diani's rating? Hold on. I didn't just skip a 99. Diani's not 99, is she? No. $98? Dang. So like, if my goal right now is to make Team of the Week upgrades, I need an 84 rating. If I'm opening my 8510s to help me get that, but that's the only thing I'm opening, and I have nothing else in my club, it's going to be overkill for making those. So then I open a few provisions with it. So like my dupe storage is filling up now. We know we have some like 78s and 79s, some 75s and stuff lingering around. I'll check open like one of these. And like, even without me going through recently and clearing my club of a lot of these low end, I can somewhat organically put them in here if I mix them together. So now I'm going to do golds. We'll start with... We'll go down to 79 and then we'll go to 78 eventually. We'll work our way down. I sold 2 times Messi Time Warp at 150k each today before the price went down to 21k. W. Also, too, one of the things I recommend, especially when you're doing this on like Foot Genie or Pale Tools, but like it also would apply here. If you have the chance to, let's say you were saving all your 87 and aboves for exchanges normally, and they're filling up your dupe storage, and you're doing something like this on console, and you're trying to incorporate these lower rated cards, in theory, it's still worth it for me to stick to these lower ratings and keep all the higher ones for exchanges. But like if I occasionally want to chuck in a special card that's not needed, or an 87 or 88 into this to help clear my dupe storage a little bit more and help me hit that rating, I absolutely can go for that. That's not going to harm me at all. If anything, it might even speed things up a little bit. I will try down to 78. And slowly just work these in. Slowly just incorporate these in over time. Get that rating down a little bit more. Perfect. Try. Actually, we'll just go to 75. Let's just go to 75 now, because I have 85 10-second rip. Boom. There we go. So now, the nice thing about getting down this low is I don't even need to clear my club of the gold commons and gold rares low end right now. I'll be able to just endlessly do that through these as long as I continue to open my 85 10s right now. And then occasionally maybe put in one of these higher rated cards. Like I notice now it's a lot more lower rated ones than I'd want. So then let me open another 85-10 and just keep doing that over and over. Every think about the Team League upgrade, it just seems more worth it for me to chuck in a Footies and make an 85-10, especially since I already have. Yeah, so can I ask how many total you've made so far, Breadman? Not how many you've had saved out, but like how many total have you made so far? Since what, Friday? Did it come out Friday? $85 10s. How many 85 10s have you made? Yeah. Okay, about 600. Sweet. Yeah, if you're not trying to build the number up uber high and you seem to be packing a crap ton of them back, even if it's not 1-to-1, and you, I don't know how many of the 600 you made you have still, but if you're like 100 plus and it doesn't seem to be going down anytime soon, you absolutely don't need to be doing the Team League upgrade. Especially since the recycle is probably good enough, you're getting enough special cards anyways. So, also clearing my dupe storage this way is nice. Once we get some Footies cards, incorporating these right back in also helps clear. Those low-end commons. I'm curious what this grind looks like once I stop doing Team of the Week upgrades. It's probably going to get even more insane. You aiming to get to a point where efficiency doesn't even matter? Well, I want efficiency to build out 1,000. So getting to the Team of the Week number, the bare minimum that I'd need. So like, if I can get roughly to the 200 to 250 mark of the Team of the Week upgrades, from what you see here, that's like mathematically exactly what I need since I have like 80 Team of the Week still in the club. Then all the other Team of the Season's footies, FOFs I'd get. After that, it's going to become how efficiently can I just spam the 85 tons into the exchanges without having to touch anything else. I'm going to see that for a long time and see how many of those I can build out. And then depending on what I guess we get later this week, we'll see how truly high I can take this number up, because 80 plus times 5 is going away. The 85 double is going away. Theoretically, let's say those come back, either the exact same or get even better. Imagine how crazy it'd be to have like 1,000 plus footies provisions, or even like footies provision goes away. Imagine this comes back, but there's no cap on it. Instead of capping it at 88, you can get anything in here. Imagine how crazy that'd be to spam 85 tens into those. Yeah, essentially any of the experiments we do, for my account at least, we're at the point where it really doesn't matter what we do anymore. It's never going to affect us. We're never running out of packs, no matter what I do. Unless I was just uber wasteful with everything. That would even still be super difficult to run out. Ba-ba. Ba-ba. Dude, so true. Calm game. He's gonna play some League of Legends. Dupe storage is getting cleared pretty well. Alright, we're gonna need a few more 8510s. Perfect. You still alive, bro? I went to eat. Yes, sir. I go. What's up, buddy? So I'm curious. I think I have an idea for the upload before new content. I kind of want to test to see how far I can take this. Just going back and forth between the 85s and the exchanges. Double footies that one. Butland, nice. $785s. 0. How MJ? RIP. How do you do 700, bro? I open one by one. Are you asking because you don't know the step-by-step on how I did it? Or are you just saying it because in comparison, it feels like it's taking you forever? There we go. We can get it with another one. Step by step, right? I swear you have like 2K packs in here. Yeah, if you didn't see the video from today, we kind of gave the step-by-step tutorial on how I was able to build up to this and continue cycling endlessly and what routes I recommend. But then past that, if you watch the video from today, you'll notice I had like 500, like I think it was low 500s. And then by the start of stream today, so the same exact day, I was at over 700. And for tomorrow, I'm probably going to be very close to 1,000. I think I actually might be at 1,000. If we're not SBC banned on Web App and Companion app, I think I got 1K easily. Exclamation mark PS out in chat. If you want it to pop up. I'm Tom Tiffany. Alright, Unk. Yeah. Nice. Nice. W, bro. Well, with 2 questions, obviously I know how the grind works, but we are still doing 87 to 90s. And do you think that 5 of 10 83 PP is worth the 200 commons a day? Those are limited in nature, so whether you do them or not, it's completely up to you. It's not going to take a lot of golds and doesn't get you super far. Get you nice, easy stuff and fodder, though, so I'd go for it, especially if you're trying to clear. Are we still doing the 87 to 90s? The 3x 87 to 90s? Yeah, I did like 150 today. I'll go back to more once I'm done with Team of the Week upgrades. Written. So fans are annoying. I don't even want to make a comment because I've been on PS5 for the past 4.5 hours with zero. No comment. Plead the fifth. You need an unlimited daily silver Friday? You're not giving up on the players, are you? You're gonna pack them the final day, bro. Right before FC27. What would you do if your dupe search filled the 81 and 84s? You can do Team League upgrades. If you have footies and stuff in your dupe search or in your club, you can also make 85-10 straight from there. That's completely up to you. I'm making 85-10s with as low as 75s right now. Day after tomorrow, GSE exam answers come. Either I'm cooked and thrown out of home or I'm in heaven. Good luck, bud. Y'all should try 98 Lavelle at right mid. Trust me, she's disgusting. Want to know a fun fact about Rose Lavelle? I know her. You're lying? She literally goes, she went to college that's less than 10 minutes away from where I live. She played with my childhood best friend. Yeah. Alicia Lehman's the best one footballer. Alicia Lehman has nothing on my queen. Yeah, I've just been quick sell softband 3 times today on the web app. Soft banning people over quick selling is the most EA thing ever. grief. I think EA will increase pack weight in preseason since every time they give us the best pack weight, maybe lower it. I feel like you'll get way more footies and FOF cards in them because there'll be more stuff in packs, which is good. Whether or not you have a better chance at the 99s, it'll definitely feel like it because the grind will be even easier. Lucky I need to chill on EA because my packs have been really good lately. Hopefully remove SBC. They just pack banned me. Boys, we're pack banned. They said you've opened enough packs today, Unk. Go to bed. $5.98s and $1.99 is pretty good. I've gone like 50 98s, bro. This is new. I haven't seen that. Nah, I think it was just it sometimes glitches. I'd like to see how many packs Mumbo's going to save if the soft band's removed. Last year we had over 10,000 packs at one point saved when it got removed. Oh, you're talking about individual cards? Gotcha. Yeah. It's preseason this Friday? Yeah, it's supposed to be. How long did that take out? It wasn't crazy long. I feel like Pill Tools was pretty quick. It was just... Rob!
At RCBX Daney funded 40 rupees. Can you explain the process? How to get 99?
Yo, thank you for the dono, brother. Alright. 99s, no matter what you do, whether it's a promo pack, whether it's an 8510, whether it's any of that, it's all going to be extremely difficult in general. The drop rate is extremely low. However, if you're asking, can I explain the 99 when it comes to the best possible pack on the menus to grind to get them, it's going to be the 8510, and you want to be able to endlessly spam this. Now, what's your current situation, Danny, with the 8510s? How many of these do you currently have built out? I guess that's question number one. Yeah, thank you for the dono, brother. You think EA will upgrade exchanges Thursday? I hope they keep it the exact same, but just make it so there's no rating cap. Or make it even better than that. Either one I'm good with. We'll see, though. Because the exchanges come out Thursday. Do the... I gotta check. 85-2 expires soon. 80 plus times 5 expires soon. If we get a crazier one of those as well, the grind gets even better. Like, it's hard for me to see it getting worse. We already know the 3 times 87 to 90s out till the end of the game, along with the 84-10, 85-10. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw a renamed FUTTIES provision to preseason provision. I feel like that's likely. The Gauntlet is called Ultimate Rewind, so I'm guessing that's the new promo. Perhaps the 84-10 might be better because that's how I got Wilson. I mean, I guess... When it comes to the 8410, I wonder if, like, depending on how many people are doing an SBC, it changes the pack weight. If everyone gave up on the 8410 because the 8510's out, I wonder what the weight of the 8410 is. Also, with the fact you only need an 83 raid squad, there's a ton of people who probably could make those easily in bulk too. I'd be curious about that one. Danny, are you here, buddy? Let's, dude, I forgot this glitch. Brother...
Etal CBX Daney funded 40 rupees. 5 by 88 plus or 10 by 85, which should I complete in SBC?
Brother, you know you can just type in chat without having to donate? Like, you can just type messages and hit enter. You don't have to hit super chat for the message to be seen by me, brother. 5 times 88 times 5 or 10 times 85 plus, which one should I complete? So, you, in the standard menu grind, are going to be able to do what we call the daily SBCs, or those things that are limited. So like the 88 times 5, you should have no issues whatsoever being able to complete that every single day, because there's only so many that come out. So like if we look at this, you can only do 5 a day. So you could easily get 5 of these done. The 8510s are endlessly here for the rest of the game. So whenever you have the stuff to craft the 85 plus times 10 upgrade, you could continue crafting it. If you have a Team of the Season, an FOF, a Footies, or a Team of the Week card, and you can hit that rating of the 84 rating, you can make as many of these packs as you want. Right now, we're going to be very close to built up to 1,000 of these altogether. Right now, we're at the 650 to 700 range, and we continue to build that number up using different grind videos on the channel. So if you have 0, let's say 8510s, and you're starting from scratch, I would highly recommend you look at the grind playlist that's pinned in chat. We have a video from earlier this week, the day the 8510s came out, called How to Make Unlimited 8510s. That walks you through kind of like the basics of how to set this up and to have that pack number start going up slowly, and then how to continue increasing it. And then we had a video from today of when you have, let's say, 50 to 100 8510s saved up, what that grind can start looking like, taking that to the next level, making it extremely easy to not only continue making them, but to endlessly spam them over and over and over. So if you have any questions, feel free to let me know, but I'd highly recommend that video from today in the 8510 unlimited video. That'll be kind of like the best step-by-step guides to get you to see in real time what that looks like. Newest gold. Okay, let's get, oh no, I am losing my mind. We are 8086. Well, it looks like it's time for 1,08510s versus 8410. So maybe that's what I should do. Once I get to 1,08510s, I officially go to that SBC.
Etal CBX Daney funded 40 rupees. Thanks. We'll check it and be back soon.
Sounds good. Thank you for the dono. Pack weight for the 85.2 is horrible, really hard to do footies from there. If you're doing one-off, yes. If you're building 100 to 200 of those and spamming them open all together when you're not expecting anything out of them, it's really nice in the recycle to just have bonus ones to pull from. Thank you for sub, bud. Yeah, there you can definitely do that too, because the 94 plus, if you get something horrible in it, worst case scenario, you can use it as a FOF card, so that works too. There's just pros and cons to each one. Do GOTG cards count as FOFs also? Is it FOF GOTG? If so, then yes. If you click on the card, it should tell you if it's a festival of football in the front of it. Because I think the classification is any single one that has FOF. And there's like 15 different FOF promos that count. This time I did only FOF cards. I knew were the captains. We're in VVD. Those count, yeah. Alright, time to do more exchange backs now. We've been lacking on those. Are we sure SBC bans didn't get removed? Has anyone got SBC banned in the last, like, hour or so? Because genuinely, it's been almost 5 hours. I've done nothing but SBCs on here. Yeah, you're banned. Imagine if I get soft banned now. I said it because I have the PS4 version I can still go to, so. Yeah. I'm genuinely shocked I haven't gotten SBC banned yet. We're 10 minutes away from 5 hours. Did 600 plus 85 tens best pull K99 definitely not worth the time allocated? Yeah. I mean, the time towards it's going to get better and better value as more and more things get into packs. As we have more 99s in the packs together during preseasons, as we have more footies cards, there's going to be less recycle that's needed. You could literally theoretically just quick sell some things and just spam it right back in. Like, imagine for, let's say preseason has multiple footies teams, FOF cards that haven't been in packs together in packs, a lot of the best of batches grouped together. It could be the case that we have not only the 85-10 that's out for the rest of the game, even if they kept the same exchange and brought it back, or they removed the rating cap on that, it's going to be so much easier to get the cards we need that you could cut out 75% of the grind. It might just be the case you open 85-10s and you literally just recycle them back into 85-10s. If you did want to make the occasional exchange, like once you'd eventually run long cards, you could, but you just put the cards right back in, spam them, right back in, spam them. To the point where it's like you could easily build out hundreds, you could easily spam hundreds. Build hundreds, spam hundreds. Because although 600 plus is a great number, and theoretically you got a 99 in that, that's still a W in my opinion. Think about what the math might look like when it's thousands. Surely more hit. And that's if we don't even get a better SBC. There could be an exchange that's like last year and it's like an 83 plus times 20. That could be sick. But also, too, I don't know about you guys. I low-key kind of like that because it makes the rest of this month leading up to the release of 27 that much more worth it because Yeah, it's so easy. I was bidding on 87, 88s for 700 to 800 and selling them for 3K last week. It was working really well. Alright, I'm going to check real quick as we go to the PS4. We're going to go try on web app, see if we're unbanned on here. Can you give me a quick rundown on the steps of the grind? So this requires you to have knowledge of at least a bit of the previous grinds. Are you familiar with how we've already built unlimited 8510s? And if so, how many 8510s do you have built out, Alfie? Alright, moment of truth. Are we on SBC band? Nah, we're still SBC band on there. Make 1.5 mil a day, but blowing a mil on silverbacks. Thought you were done for the day? The grind is never fully over. Never, ever fully over. Unless we get SBC banned on everything, which we're one console away. There's been 0 times during footies where I think I've been banned on everything. Today actually might be the day. I'm just starting. I've got 50 so far, but it's more the what rating I should put in the Team of the Week pack versus putting back in the 8510. Gotcha. So if you want more of the step-by-step, the video today is going to be helpful for the tutorial, see it in real time that we uploaded today. But I'll give you kind of a quick gist. Spam opening the 8510s. I've been putting essentially all 87 pluses that are not the FOF team season yada yada into exchange. The commons and the gold rares into 85 doubles and 80 plus times 5s. Realistically, for the team of the week upgrade, since you need an 84 rating, you're not going to be able to get away with anything really under 80, I'd say. And depending on your situation with your dupe storage, I'd kind of go off of that. The way I've been doing it is gold rares. I'll build 85 doubles up to 82 rated. The second it starts putting 82 rateds in from low to high, I'll usually go to the commons and do the 80 plus times 5s. Not because we're not using below 82 rateds, but because you'll get so many 80 and 81s from the 80 plus times 5s anyways. That allows a nice, easy mix in between the two. But then also the 85 doubles that you're making and opening up, you're going to get plenty of 85s, 86s along with the team of seasons and FOFs, yada yada. So you'll be kind of evenly distributed in your team of the week upgrades when you need them. So I would say in terms of kind of the range to use for that, making those other packs, I'd go up to 82 for the gold rares, knowing that you're going to spam the 80 plus times 5s back into them. But yeah, in terms of like the exact range for everything else, it's kind of truly up to you. We do a thing called an on-off method, which if you guys have been around the channel for any amount of time, you've probably heard about me saying it, but might be confused on what it is. The on and off method is you take any part of our menu grind, and it's an on and off switch. So for example, if you were at one point, let's say doing the 94 plus icon pack, or the 95 plus pick with, let's say, 90 rateds and above. So any 90 rated and above, you were putting into that, instead of putting them into exchanges. If that was part of your grind, what we'd consider an on-off method is, okay, I'm going to focus more on the 8510s. I'm going to focus on building out more exchanges. We'll come back to the icons later. Let me do an on-off switch. We'll turn it to off. All the 90 pluses now that aren't the FOF team of season yada yada, we're going to make extra exchanges because we know those extra exchanges are going to get us extra cards for the team of the week upgrade. We know it's going to get extra cards for the 85 doubles, 80 plus times 5s, which is going to make our 8510s go up even higher, even faster. And then since we do that, anytime we want to go back to the 90 plus, or the 94 plus icon or the 95 plus PP, not only do we have more packs, we could do the same exact thing we did before where you keep it 90 plus, or you could say, hey, I built up another 100 to 150 85 10s. Let me just open 25 of them right now. Any of the fodder I get into the 25 right here, or maybe my Duke storage if it fills up, I'll just make a quick 5 to 10 94 icons or 95 plus picks instead of just keeping it limited to a certain rating. That way you can make them in bulk way faster and you keep the grind more central. Does that make sense? That's kind of a quick gist from the video today, but if you want to see kind of like more of the step-by-steps in the video, that'd be useful to watch. Other than that, it seems like you got it down, brother. What SBC do you do when your storage is full if there's no player SBC you want to do? What is your SBC storage full of, I guess? If it's an 87 plus, I'm exchanging. If it's a FOF team season or any of those, it's 85-10. If it's low end, it's 80 plus times 5s and 85 doubles. How many 85-10s did you open for 399s? I've gotten 0. I've opened about 300 85-10s. I've gotten 0 99s from them. The only 99s we've gotten so far from promo packs. I'll open 200, same here. Made 500K today selling chem cells. Dude, I have probably another 5 to 10 mil chilling in my consumables in my club, but I'm afraid to sell them now. W. Spook yourself, buddy. What's going on, brother? I'll do 86 to 80 to start. We'll see what mixes in. I might have to start 81. Yo, GKL, thank you for the sub, brother. Appreciate you, man. Hey, we're gonna open Silverback, so I'm soft fan. Good luck, man. Oh, I just went down to 79 instead of up to 81. Whoops. Okay, I still get it. I got it. I 100% have it. Good luck. I'm going to do more packs. Good luck. You too, buddy. Good luck. Been almost 400 and you haven't got jack shit? Welcome to the club, brother. Bruh, how does that even make sense? I don't think that should be a 84 rated. Goto. Cold. Could see us getting an 8610. Would you rather have an 8610 or like an 8320? 8610. Anything 20 anything? Neither 6510, 6500. Dude, could you imagine like a RPG MMO system where you rank up points through menu grinding and you can customize a pack over time where it starts as maybe a 45 rated bronze times 1, and you can choose whether or not you want to upgrade the amount you can have in the pack or the rating. So each skill point you unlock, 45 times 2, 45 times 3, 47 times 4, 47 times 8. Like, you just keep putting it out. Give me just a pack that's unlimited bronzes. Give me like the max 45 rating, but I can get like 500 bronzes in a single upgrade. Mini run would be insane. Bro, I genuinely think my FUTTIES provisions is going to infinitely pass the exchanges. Or the 8510s I'm in. Dun, dun. So you're bopping a 75 times 10 FUTTIES store pack? Nice. And you didn't have them, W. Spend 2 mil on store packs and got 99 KDB. Is there a really good store pack chance one right now? The unlimited grind, the token swap backs are worth it? Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I gotta do mine later. I gotta do my swaps still. Swaps, get them done. Get the 8210s. I want to open 46 of these. Make 85 doubles with them. Would this one be the one worth it to do again? The 300k one? This one too? Showtime guarantee. Okay, all these are out for a few dinners days, so I can do it for the stream on Wednesday. Do you think Friday we could have all specials and packs? We could. I haven't seen any leaks, but I guess last year we had double footy teams, so like footies team 1 and 2 in packs together with a way more of the re-release together too. So I'd assume it'd be something like that. Dude, I can't even imagine how many SBCs on Companion App and Web App on Wednesday are gonna be just me cleaning up the gold rares and gold commons on my club. I did a single, I think 85 double today on stream. This is crazy, man. I think I'm going to do one final run of League SBCs just so I can get my League SBC packs to the front. I hate scrolling. Dude, it's the worst. So I'm curious. I'm going to look at my club right now. Ooh, I wonder how many gold commons and gold rares I have. Alright, we'll do gold rares first. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. I feel like gold rares aren't going to be as many because we constantly use them back in instead of making the 85 doubles right now. If we take the extra step of putting them in, that's going to be nice. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 180, 190, 200, 210, 220, 230, 240, 250, 260. 260, where I'm mainly using all the I'm saving most of the provision packs, is actually crazy. Can you please tell me the grind? I just entered the stream. Yes, so the step-by-step tutorial video is the upload from today if you haven't seen that video yet. If you're unfamiliar with how we're making already unlimited 8510 packs in general, we do have the how to make unlimited 8510 pack video, which will be helpful as a starter step. So I guess my first question is, have you seen the how to make unlimited 8510s and how many 8510s you have built out? And then we go from there. You should have at least 50 bare minimum. I would say most people should have over 100 8510s built out. How do you build them out without opening them? If you haven't seen our how to make unlimited 8510 video, that would be the recommended step-by-step. The quick one is essentially you need to make up the difference. So you will be opening 8510s to make more. You just, if done correctly, are making more 8510s than you're able to open. Because the amount of fodder you're getting daily in different places, the amount of recycle you're able to do, mathematically, for example, the amount of provision packs you can make. You're making more provision packs per 8510 than 8510s available. I started today on 700 8510s with 0 footies provisions. We're already up to 111 footies provisions, which gives us 30 cards in there. Think about the amount of Team of the Week upgrades we've made as well that we've put in gold cards. Think about the amount of 85 doubles and 80 plus times 5s I can make. Think about the amount of fodder I'm going to get back into those. Think about the amount of Team of the Week upgrades I could make. Think about the amount of Team of the Seasons, footies, FOFs I could pack from those. Think about the recycle, how many more packs that's going to make. Tons of stuff. Maybe stupid question anyway, of putting lower rated golds. So actually, real quick, I've opened probably around 300, maybe a little more than 385 10s at this point. And I have over 600 built out right now. We peaked at 700 today. We're going to be able to, just off of these and what's in our club, be at close to 850, if not 900 if we include the footies, Team of the Seasons, and other stuff. I have the ability to make the difference in Team of the Week upgrades right now. We should theoretically be at over 1,000 8510s by the end of the week, bare minimum. I would say end of the night Wednesday, we should be at over 1,000 8510s and still building. Maybe a stupid question. Anyway, putting low rated golds is better into the 80 times 5 than the 80 times fee from a quality standpoint, and hopefully each A5 should get one. Any way that putting low rated golds is better into the 80 times 5 than the... As in you're putting gold rares into the 80 plus times 5? No, I don't think so at all. Think about the bare minimum value double 85s would give you in an 85. You're putting 10 rares in versus 9 commons. If you put 9 rares into an 80 plus times 5, even though you're getting bonus cards, think about how often you get not only dud packs, but bare minimum. Think about the amount of footies, team of the seasons, and FOFs you'll continue to pack as you endlessly spam the 85 doubles from the 85 10s and exchanges. What is the method? It's a new circular grind method revolving around the 85 10. So if you've used our 85 10 how to make unlimited guide of that over the past week, you should easily have over 185 10s built out. Once you have around 185 10s built out, we spam these endlessly into exchanges, endlessly into 80 plus times 5 and 85 doubles to build out more team of the weeks if needed, and or you put them right back into the 85 plus times 10, and it endlessly scales your packs up. And if you need to see that video from today to kind of see what that exact circle looks like pack to pack, realistically what we're putting up to and all that additional stuff, I would take a look at that video. Do you feel like the pack weight's bad in the 85 times 2? When you say the pack weight's bad in it, what is your pack weight you're looking for? Are you saying I'm not getting a 99 so pack weight's bad? I'm not getting a footies in every pack weight's bad? I'm getting double 85s constantly, pack weight's bad? What's your view on pack weight with that? Because bare minimum, if the bare minimum you view it as is a tool to build out team of the week upgrades in 85 10s, it's infinitely more worth it than the 80 plus times 5 for gold rares. But the amount of, again, bonus cards you'll get along the way very easily adds up. Like 50% of the time, neither card. Are you building them one by one, or how are you building them and opening them? So I've been opening everything to keep it going. When you stop opening 85 10s, keep more. So I've been opening everything to keep it going. When would you stop opening 85 10s to keep more than you're opening? It's not when you should stop as a particular time necessarily. It's all about your club and your pack situation. So in the video today, and again, I highly recommend you guys watch the video if you haven't watched it yet. We give additional context of why right now, instead of player picks, the 85 double is the superior way of doing it. And the context of that, very briefly, is it allows you to store packs and not have to open them right away. And the more of any pack you have, the easier it gets. So the example I'll give is if you were to, let's say, spam open the 85 10s, right? Maybe you go from 85 10s to all 87s and above right into exchanges. That's great for probably 25 to 50 until your club and dupe storage fills up with 85s and 86s. Then what are you going to do? If your club and your dupe storage are full of 85s and 86s, you're probably realistically looking at, okay, if I have footies cards and other things, I can make more 85 10s. That's overkill already. Okay, I can make a team of the week upgrade with the 85s and 86s. That's overkill already. You would have to mix it in with lower end stuff. If your club has no gold commons, no gold rares under the 85s, you're cooked and you're overkilling it. So that would be when opening some provision packs to put in with there would mix really well. When you've opened a ton of provision packs, you maybe have a lot of gold rares and gold commons low end in your club. If you're going to keep opening provision packs, you're endlessly going to get your dupe storage filling up. It might be worth it to build out 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 of the crafting upgrades, aka the 80 plus times 5 and the 85 double, over the course of time. Whether you wait until it gets to the hundreds to open them is completely up to you. It's depending on what you want. If you're going to continue to spam through provision packs, I'll give you an example right now. If I started today on stream with over 700, have only gone down to 625, and in the process I've made well over 100 footies provisions, up to 97 team of the weeks, and I have a bunch of gold rares and gold commons in my club. If I decided to sit here and spam all 100 plus of these, let's assume I had nothing in my club. If this number was 100, I'm putting 200 rare golds into my club. Think about how many 85 doubles that could make. I'm putting 100, or I'm putting 1,000. Wait, hold on, I got the math wrong. I'm putting, what is that, 2,000 gold rares in my club, and I'm putting 1,000 gold commons into my club. I'm making 100 plus of the 80 plus times 5 just from the provisions I made today, and I'm making double that. I'm making 200 plus for the amount of gold rares I'm putting in my club for the 85 double. Think about how much additional fodder that would also give in different areas. You're going to have times where you're sitting there spamming the 85 10s and your dupe storage fills up with footies. You want to make sure you can make that 85 10s with those or other things in your club. If you're then on companion app or web app, it looks a little different. If you're on the web app and you're using a Pill Tools or Foot Genie, you can easily use a lot more of that stuff in your club to help as well. Get the best possible kind of stretch of all those to get it as low rated as possible to still make it work. And you can very easily make hundreds of these packs within minutes. Did like 100 Sunday or something and went away from them. That's why maybe the pack weight has changed. I feel like they've been crazy for me. Speaking of crazy, 2 footies, 2 team of seasons, W. Wonder how many footies, 2 seasons I'll get in the 400 small rares. I'm curious, yeah. So leftover 400 small rares, 201 prime golds, and 250. Dude, those. I wonder how those do in preseason. The Prem BWSL. So I just gotta scroll to open. Unless EA brings them back. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think that's happening. Oh, alright, boys. Let's see. What time is it? We're coming up on 6 hours on the stream. I'm going to go record the video to upload a few hours before new content. We're probably going to, for the video, talk about how kind of the grind today went. I'll kind of break down the math later in the video of kind of basically what we've been doing in the circle and how beneficial it's been. But the main thing we're going to talk about is realistically what the menus look like after this week, because we have a ton of SBCs going away, a ton of stuff staying, and a ton of stuff potentially coming for preseason. So I personally don't see a world where the grind doesn't get better. The question comes with, are they going to replace these SBCs with something higher ceiling, or are they going to keep them the same and rename them? Like, I could see a world where the 85 double becomes an 86 double. I could see the world where the 80 plus times 5 becomes like an 82 plus times 5 or something like that. So, repeatable footies provision upgrade, carbon copy with preseason on it instead of footies. Or they keep it the same thing, but they take off the cap. So, tons of different ways they could go. But yeah, that will be it for the stream today. If you guys did enjoy, do me a favor, smack that like button, subscribe if you're new. Again, we had a lot of new people come by today, so if you're completely new to the channel or somewhat new, we have a thing called the EAFC26 menu grind playlist in the description and the pinned comment in chat. If you click on that, it's a video playlist of all the videos we've done this year on the grind. I highly recommend, if you guys are newer this week, to take a look at the video not only from today, but kind of throughout the week, whether you want to look for specific titles. We have some where it's how to make unlimited 8510s. We had ones today talking about like how this 8510 upgrade has gone even crazier with the new way we're doing it. We have other SBCs that we talk about, kind of tips and tricks to help speed you along. We have videos on to help you get rid of SBC bans, to avoid getting SBC banned in the first place. There's a thing called the PS4, PS5 method, or old gen, new gen method. That's the pinned comment on that video. We got a ton of stuff, and if there's something you feel like you need a menu grind video on that we don't have yet, feel free to let me know. We have one on how to make unlimited coins through packs. That one's super easy. You can make hundreds of thousands of coins a day and millions a week. Coins aren't an issue anymore. If you're really trying to go for 99s, literally you could just do any tradable packs through SBCs, like any of the icon picks and any of that stuff that are repeatable. Spam those over and over, get hundreds of thousands of coins, million plus coins a week, and then just buy promo packs with coins. You could do that if you're sick of the 8510s. But yeah, hopefully by the time I see you on stream, it'll be Wednesday, 4 hours after new content. Hopefully, if I'm not SBC banned on the companion app and the web app, this number should be very close to 1,000. Whether we actually get it to 1,000 or not by Wednesday will be up for debate, but for sure by Friday we should get that number to 1,000 plus. And then kind of my plan, once it's 1,000 plus, I'm going to care so much. I'm not going to care as much about building them out necessarily. I'm just going to keep spamming nonstop and recycling more. But we're going to be even more crazy with the recycle. If we get even better 85 doubles, if it's an 86 double and stuff like that, we might have like thousands of those packs built out. It could get crazy. So yeah, we'll make a video on kind of what I hope to come out, what I think's coming, any leaks that we see. But until then, dudes, I will see ya later on Wednesday. Have a good night. Peace.